Yeah, let me look and see. Can I see your agenda for a minute?
Maybe mine. I didn't go. I didn't do it on Swan. I have my own stash of mints and jelly beans.
That was right across from Lebanon.
So I don't have to bother
Remember,
Swan.
you probably remember. You remember Garo, your Freeman? Yeah, he was surreal.
I haven't seen it.
I got to spend a lot of time because he's really close to him.
Maybe not. Okay.
I think it was kind of rude that Glenn wouldn't join us for a beer yesterday.
No, he did just right by us.
We were at Big Oyster yesterday.
Exactly.
I'm officially invited.
And he-
I'm officially accepted.
He comes in with his wife and just walks right by us. Really bad.
Trust me, you know. 3 kids.
You know, Tom's a creature of habit. He
Easy
gets
decision.
from like one day, he just
It's a
orders
no-brainer,
like
right?
18 of them.
Really?
Was that?
Just-
I gotta have fun and mix it up a little bit.
He liked that. Was it shakalaka?
That was good. That was good, actually.
Yeah.
It was a
What
little
was the
like,
last one we had?
did all the IPAs.
We had the last one too. What was the dark one?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the dark ale.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had a dark IPA. That was really good. They had a little flavor of coffee at the end. Yeah. It was nice.
Hey, it's safe.
They did it like all the IPAs that I think something was Hammerhead or something like that.
You gotta know how to do it.
You need to make sure to tell party.
Yeah.
You know, hey, I don't know what you were doing, but we were.
I know.
Right, you're the weirdo.
You do what
I
you
didn't-
gotta do.
Yeah,
You didn't toast my check-in on Untapped, John. How come you didn't do that? Right.
Anybody got anything else to do with this?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that could have been that for sure.
Tennis,
Tennis?
10 o'clock.
Oh, I hope.
Yeah, it was like she had some additional training.
Hey, you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, ready?
Okay. Amber, you ready? Glenn, showtime.
Good evening. It is 6:30 on Monday, March the 14th, and we thank you all for coming tonight. Obviously, we have an SRO crowd here, and we would have liked to have used the Rollins Center. However, we're having some technical difficulties with our AV equipment over there, so we're here tonight. So we could make sure that everyone could hear by Zoom. For those of you who attended a public hearing last week, you know that we had some issues with people sounding like they were a cricket or something else. So we appreciate your working with us here this evening on a crowd. So if you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Few announcements as we get started. First of all, I'd like to recognize Drew McKay, who served as our chair of the Planning Commission for 6 years and was a member of the commission for 7 years. He also served on our Lewes Executive Water Resiliency Committee, and he has stepped down from these positions, and we want to thank him for his long service to the community. Also would like to remind you that Freeman Highway paving is due to start next week. It will be running from now until the middle of May. They're going to repave all of Freeman Highway, which will not include the signalization. That'll be done in the fall. But they are planning to repave from K-Pendleton Drive to where the lighthouse is. So that is getting ready to start. Also, out of a note of sadness, we a very active community member passed a couple weeks ago, Mary Ann Innes. Mary Ann was very active in a lot of different causes here in the city, and she and her husband Dave have been very active community members, and we would just recognize the family for their loss. Also note that the improvements on New Road and Savannah Road continue. I'm sure we've all seen too many flagmen, but you may as well get used to it because they're still coming. Some of them are new installation of water and sewer, and we can thank BPW for that as they're getting out to serve Lewes Waterfront Preserve. And also the renovation of the police department continues. And you may have noticed we have a couple of pods sitting out here. Our police department has been pretty much stripped of its interior finishes, and so the police are living out of those trailers out here. But it will be soon back together. And so with that, does anyone have any additions or deletions or other announcements that they'd like to make at the table?
Not at this time.
Okay. Hearing none, we will move then on to item E1, which is presentation of the 2001 Elaine Bisbee Service Award. And it is my distinct pleasure and the council's distinct pleasure. For those of you who've been around the community for a considerable length of time, you'll recall that Elaine Bisbee was a city manager for many, many years, and she rose through the ranks of being a clerk and other things, and always did a great job with the city. And when she stepped down, the council at that time recognized her commitment to the city by creating an annual award, which is nominated by fellow employees for theirs, and then reviewed and selected by members of council to recognize an employee who's given outstanding service to the community and to city over the preceding year. And this year, after considerable discussion, and very pleased to announce that the award will go to Janet Reeves. And so for those of you who don't know, Janet she was hired to do Parks and Rec, but don't go away, Janet. But she not only hired to do Parks and Rec, but she stepped up and took on the Marina, and she also took on a public art commission, and she also took over the lifeguards. This is a woman who knows other duties as assigned very, very well. So on behalf of the council, it's my pleasure to present you with this certificate and offer our congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You all for coming out to support.
Did you know about this?
About an hour ago.
That's now you know why I was there.
You're in on this, I'm on this one. Thank you very much. I'm honored and obviously very surprised. And is this why you asked me about comments? Did I have my comments?
No, no,
Oh,
yeah.
That was
No.
why I was really supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much. I'm honored and.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you. So with that, I think we can then move on to item E2, which is presentation by DelDOT regarding the Canary Creek Bridge replacement on New Road. As many of you know, the Canary Creek Bridge is going to be replaced. Hopefully that will eliminate all the flooding that we've experienced in recent years. But it's quite a change from what the bridge is that we know today. And we have a representative from DelDOT here. Is Jason doing it?
By Zoom.
Okay, so if Justin could bring that up, Julian could bring that up, we'll have a presentation by DelDOT regarding the bridge. This work is not slated to begin for a couple of years, but, and there will be a public workshop at the end of this month regarding that. So,
You might need to make sure he can share his screen.
hey, Jason,
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, I believe I'm able to share my screen. So actually it just said disabled. Am I able to adjust that?
I'm gonna fall asleep.
We're working on it.
There we go. All right. Okay, can you see a presentation?
We got it.
All right, perfect. Well, first, thank you all for letting me present here this evening. Just a little background. I had met with Mayor Becker and Anne Marie 2 weeks ago on February 28th, and we provided them with this presentation. They suggested that we present this to council, all of you folks. So that's what we're here tonight. And basically, what it is it's an update on the progress that we've made on the New Road Bridge project. And it's sort of kind of a precursor to the public meeting that we're going to have in 2 weeks on March 29th. The mailers, the flyers were mailed out last week, so you should have either received them over the weekend or today or tomorrow. So you should be receiving those if you haven't already. We mailed it out to basically a 1 mile radius around New Road, but we've also posted the flyers in a couple of local newspapers. Also, we've sent it to the legislators to get out to their constituents, and I believe Anne Marie or Mayor Becker, I think we forwarded a flyer to you as well to post or forward to your contacts as well. So the information should be out there, and hopefully that you'll join us, and we'll have a lot more detailed graphics that evening than I'll have tonight. But you know, given a lot of the concern that had been raised about one particular detail of the improvements on the project, Anne Marie and Mayor Becker felt that it would be good to at least give you guys a precursor tonight. So that's what I'm here to do. Just a quick agenda introduction of myself. Again, my name is Jason Hastings. I'm the Chief of Bridges and Structures for DelDOT. I think if you've been to any of the previous meetings, then you've probably seen me. Not just this project, but several other New Road or Lewes DelDOT projects. Give you an update on the project, the design update, and just focus on the shared use path, which has caused some concern for some folks. So final design, we are getting close to completing that. So final design for us is it's a package that's about 90% complete with all the plans and specs details for the project. And that's looking, it's actually probably going to be more like early April at this point, just to make sure that we get everything finalized for some of the coordination, the NEPA document, permits, permit applications, those sort of things. As I mentioned, we have a public meeting coming up March 29th at the Lewes Public Library. Excuse me. So we are able to do it in person, and we're also going to have a recording on the project website as well for those who are unable to attend that evening. We're still on schedule to advertise the contract later this fall, maybe even early 2023, but that'll get us plenty of time to get out in construction. October of 23 through April of 2024. So roughly a 7-8 month construction window where we will have New Road closed and the traffic will be detoured. So as you recall, this is kind of an aerial view of the west end of the project. As you see, our project limits are just to the east of Schaefer Lane. And we pick up the bright yellow is the shared use path as it goes in front of, I believe, is that waterfront preserve there. As it makes its way toward the bridge, it remains on the south side, crosses over the bridge there at the creek, remains on the south side. And this is, so what we presented before was that the shared use path remained on the south side all the way through Forecastle Lane and to Captain's Circle. So there were major impacts to the ditch, the tax ditch / roadside ditch, and all these properties on the back along Pilot Town or in Pilot Town along New Road, as well as these properties, these last two properties where there is currently a drainage issue. As with any transportation project, we, the project gets refined, the design gets refined as we get more information. And we found out more information about this drainage issue right in this area toward the west end of Pilot Town Reserve. And so we looked further into that and felt like we could actually make some adjustments to help alleviate some of the drainage. Now that as we've kind of maintained throughout, we know there's really kind of two issues when it comes to drainage. One is roadway runoff from a storm. So if it rains really hard, it runs off into the culverts and the swales. And in this area, it backs up. There's also tidal flooding, and the tidal flooding is just something that we can't do anything with in terms of tidal flooding on people's property. One of the things that we're solving with this project is the frequency of tidal overtopping events of the road itself. But unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do in order to minimize the tidal surges. However, as I mentioned, we do have the opportunity to fix or at least help mitigate a drainage issue right along here, right in this swale that backs up along or on the backside of Pilot Town, reserves at Pilot Town. And so as we
possible to go to like a presenter's view so that you're showing a larger image there for everyone.
Let me see what I could do.
Is the top there, you're almost there. Go to the top where it looks like a slide. You're to the left. Yeah.
I don't have a
under view. Does it say?
It's not PowerPoint, is it?
No, it's not. I didn't have the.
Yeah, so you can't.
All right.
So you can't do anything with it.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Dr. Dry.
So I could provide this to you folks and you can kind of thumb through it after the meeting if that would.
We'll get it out by email.
Okay. I could always, I mean, if you want to see a specific location, I can zoom in a little bit, if you want to zoom into the new road or.
There you are.
We could do that.
That's good.
Okay, so as I was saying, we are, we took a look at what we could do in these areas and to see what we could look at or to see how we could fix some of the issues there. So we looked at one alternative where we switched the shared use path to the northern side for the entire project limits. There were major impacts to the front yards and driveways on the property owners on the north side then, including some additional tree removal in a couple of locations. Alternative 2 was to shift new road alignment to the north with the shared use path on the southern side. The benefits of the shift were really minimal. It didn't really solve what we were looking to solve. And it still resulted in, it created several negative impacts to the roadway design itself. So where we landed was with having the shared use path on the southern side as it, traverses the bridge and along the open space of the Pilot Town Reserve HOA, and then it shifts, it crosses to the north side, just a little bit to the west of where there's a, where the shared use path that's there on the north side now kind of ties into the road. It's really kind of between where the houses on the north side end and the houses on the south side begin. Oops. So this really reduced the impacts along the lightship lane properties while avoiding additional impacts to those the new road, the north, the residential properties on the north side. So what that looks like, this is all the same here on the west end and crossing the bridge. As you move closer, once you get to the where the residential area of Pilot Town Reserve begins, that is where we're proposing a crossing. And then from there, it will follow the basically the existing shared use path on the north side, cross New Road, or excuse me, cross Park Road, tie into the shared use path along Park Road, and extend the shared use path on that side to tie back into Captain's Circle. Both of these crossings, we're proposing median refuge islands, which serve two purposes. One is like it says, a refuge. So when pedestrians are crossing, it'll give them a refuge area so that they could focus on one side at a time as they cross. The other purpose is traffic calming. By having these curbed refuge islands in the median, it does present a traffic calming effect. In addition to those, we are including the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, the RFBs, that you see all over the place in Lewes and Rehoboth and Dewey, that have historically served well, to improve safety in those areas where they're installed. So we feel very comfortable with the safety of these crossings that we have proposed. As I mentioned, the RRFBs, so our design consultant, Whitman Requart, they actually do a lot of work, not just for DelDOT, but for Federal Highway nationally, where they do a lot of studies of these pedestrian facilities, including some of the crossings that the different types of crossings that are out there, the different type of safety measures that are taken. And based on their analysis, these RRFBs are not necessarily needed for these locations, but as an added safety measure, we are proposing to include those. And just, as I said, to continue to improve the safety on this roadway. These are the RFBs are active, so they aren't constantly flashing. That way they light up when someone is actually there. When someone pushes the button, they light up. That way they trigger the driver to slow down. They're very high visibility. They're LEDs, very fluorescent colors on the signage, and the flashing pattern really does attract the attention of the driver. As I mentioned before, the median refuge island certainly serves as another improvement in terms of safety for pedestrians, and the speed limit of 25 miles per hour is another added benefit as compared to some of the other locations that are still safe but have higher speeds with the similar crossings. Just as I mentioned, Whitman Requart does a lot of studies for us, and so since 2016, we've had 43 RRFBs installed, including 24 with a median refuge island, 24 of them in the beach area, with 12 more planned. From the studies that we've seen, we've generally seeing at least a 25% decrease, or sorry, a 5% decrease in speeds and a 28% increase in yielding compliance. So that's a measure of how often drivers pay attention to the follow the appropriate yielding at these crossings. We have 6 of these RFB plus median Refuge Island installations with even better results, 7% decrease in speeds and 45% increase in yielding compliance. So we're seeing these types of crossings are being very effective in improving safety for bikes and pedestrians at these locations. We have since 2012, we did have one bike ped related crash on New Road. It was in December 2014. It was a vehicle clipped by a bicyclist when overtaking near Lynn Road. We have one confirmed speed related crash on New Road. Also, that was in February 2019, and the vehicle slid on snow going 15 miles per hour. So even though our project is making major safety improvements, we do have a lot of data out there that shows that there's not a huge crash history along New Road. That said, we understand that there's a lot of development in the area. There are more people moving into the area, and we do feel that all of the safety improvements that we're making as part of this project are really improving the roadway and making it even safer. There was a Your Speed radar activated speed limit warning sign that was installed on New Road at Park Road. And part of our project is to recommend relocating it before the shared use path crossing. Again, just as one added measure, one added safety measure for the bikes and peds in this area. Let's see. And I think just one more. 6 similar locations were analyzed for crash history across Delaware. And only one location had a bike ped crash in the 5 years before the RFB installation and has not had any crashes since we added those RRFBs. I know that was kind of a lot. And as I mentioned, this is really a precursor to the public meeting that we have in 2 weeks. We'll have a lot more information that night. We'll have more detailed graphics that I can really present in a Zoom scenario here. So I encourage everyone to attend that evening. And if unfortunately you're unable to attend, we will have a recorded presentation on the project website after the fact. And then of course, we'll always be available to answer any questions that you may have either by call or email, however you want to contact us.
Jason, thank you very much. Sure. I think this is a good precursor to the hearing or the public workshop you're going to have on the 29th. And I would encourage once again, as Jason has just done, everyone to come out, and we will put this information out through our email blast so that everybody can have a chance to look at it and come prepared to the workshop on the 29th. I would encourage questions and comments that they might want to share. Everyone to come out, and thank you very much. Information out through our email blast.
Thank you.
Everybody have a chance to look at it. Are there any comments on the workshop you're going to have on the 29th workshop? All right, so we'll see you on the 29th, okay? Everyone come out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So then let's move on then to item E3, which is a presentation by the Lewes Public Library. And Leah and Hugh are here. And so we'll see you on the 29th. Tell us about an exciting project that they have.
Thank you.
Plans to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present this first version concept of an outdoor meeting room with pavilion.
Thank you.
The design will only get better as we work together through the design process. Before launching in, let me give a commendation to Chief Spell. One of your officers responded really rapidly and get better care and diligence to the design process altercation we had in front of the library. Really tremendous recommendation to we really one of your officers responded to speed, and especially Officer Whitney's display. Thank you. Tremendous. Other board members are here tonight. Shanta Wilkins, our board president, one of your officers with us. And out in the annex, I saw Rachel.
There she is. Over by the fireplace.
Other board members are here tonight. Becky Healy, our past president, is here. And out in the annex, I saw Rachel.
There she is. Over by the fireplace.
Other board members is here. Becky Healy, our past president of Friends organization, and critically important out in the annex, I saw Rachel. And there she is. Over by the fireplace. Other board members are speaking. Becky Healy, our tonight's an opportunity for us to inform critically important community and ask for your assistance and support of the tonight's an opportunity for us to inform critically important community and plan conceptual design. So by way of plan, we'll describe how these past few years have challenged community needs in the face of a pandemic. So including many dozens of outdoor programs already offered. How these past few years have challenged, we will then describe the facilities and the vision as far as the best serve the library's needs out. So we look forward to your comments and questions. Everybody has had a chance to present. You can be proud of the support that you provide to the library. This has been an important community asset free for everyone to use since 1935. And we spent our first round for 25 years at New Swansdale Museum, a little upstairs room. This has been an important, and then the next 1,200 square foot room. And we spent our first round before moving to Adams Avenue at 88, expanding it to 2,000, and then 16, directing the new library you see today, designed to serve up and so this slide shows you vision and mission of the library, and then 2018. And you see that our vision is to be a welcoming and comfortable center, preferred place for cultural and social interaction. And then our vision to adapt. And you see that our vision provide access is to be a welcoming and comfortable center, preferred place for cultural and social interaction. And then our vision pretty good to adapt. And you see that our vision provide access is to be a welcoming and comfortable center, for cultural and social interaction. And then our vision pretty good to adapt. And you see that our vision provide access to be a welcoming and comfortable center, for cultural and social interaction. And then our vision pretty good to adapt. And you see that our vision provide access to be a welcoming and comfortable center from the community. Dozens of volunteers helping to leverage our professional staff and community interest in our expanding programs and services. So we remain the busiest in the library in the county. Dozens of volunteers. We're an independent nonprofit organization, and so in our case, we receive just over 50% of our funding from government sources. So the remainder comes in financial support from the community, fundraising events, and donations from the community, including important contributions from government sources. At this point, let me introduce Leo, who will get into the details of what we've envisioned thus far. And donations from the community, including important.
Thank you, Hugh, and thank you to all of you for having us here this evening. My name is Leah Roosevelt, the director of the Lewes Public Library. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you sort of this very initial concept phase for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. And so, as you said, we just are here to introduce to you very initial slide for moving the library outdoors. We're not asking you for money, so you can relax. responses. So we had Christopher from UD College of Earth, Ocean, Environment, Jenny Nallman from K-Pendleton School District, as well as Stephanie Whitcomb from Clear Seas Theater Company, all expressing a real interest in using that facility for their organization. Earth, Ocean, Environment, Jenny Nallman from K-Pendleton, as well as Stephanie Whitcomb from Theater Company, all
And we don't
expressing
have any problems, just so you know.
so more than just an outdoor enhancement, I would say that this Jenny Nallman really has given back to our strategic goals. What we know is that people want to come back to in-person programs, and what we know is that they feel safe doing that outside. So it really is that Jenny Nallman has given back. Again, because what we know using this space as a second large meeting activity, but it will help drive community use. It will certainly increase attractiveness of our campus right now. Again, like back there, using this space as a second large meeting visibility of the library, drive community use becomes a lot of attractiveness of our campus right now. So why are we here? Next slide. Yes, back there. This is what we envision. And again, this is a very initial concept. So what we would like is a council member and a give staff members campus liaisons and on an ad hoc basis there. Again, for very initial concept project, all of the same page of how to ensure that visibility and campus long-term vision on an ad hoc basis there.
So we'll take a little recess here while people leave, and hopefully we can work this out.
Okay, I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, when you first plugged that in, it was like radio or something.
I screwed up.
Oh,
Well, that's because she plugged.
I'm sorry. I didn't know where those voices.
So people who are listening from home, what are you hearing?
Turn way down.
Well, right, but
At least two or three
we
voices.
tried something else. Is it still?
Yep, at least two or three voices, it says.
Okay, so I have one that says now it's clear.
1 minute ago, I got one saying that no one can hear this.
Right, but
No, that was 1 minute ago, totally garbled.
I've gotten several things on the chat that
Clear.
says that it's better now.
It's clear.
So we're good.
It's clear.
Okay.
It's good now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry for the inconvenience. That-
Yeah, keep us posted if it, acts
then-
up again.
Julian, you're gonna,
Okay, we can turn the lights back up now. If you're leading on them.
I'm gonna be going to sleep soon.
well,
Yep.
no, but
We
that
didn't
was,
bring our pillows.
okay, give another, can somebody test the podium? I just want to also see if we can get the YouTube working.
Rick, step up to the podium and give us a sound check.
Testing 1, 2, hello? You working?
It is working.
Okay, I just got an email that says it's better, so.
Okay,
let's-
can we still pause like 2 seconds to see if we can get the YouTube stream?
Okay,
So
Sure.
what I'm gonna do, Julian, is delete it off of YouTube and then I'll
relog
start a
in.
new one. So. I love technology. This is,
Mhm. Every time
meetings
we
in a
have
row.
meeting.
Yeah, really.
I think we figured out what the problem was, though. Is the
Good.
Good news.
Be right back to doing it as soon as we get logged back into YouTube.
I just created a new one. It should be there in a minute.
Trap.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. So I
Yeah.
created the new one, so it should be good.
It's gonna be cool.
Okay. Think we're good to go?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, then I think we can move on to item E4, which is the appointment of an ad hoc committee, short-term rental committee. And there has been some discussion over the past several seasons about short-term versus long-term rentals. And so we are looking to form a short-term rental committee that would investigate how we might address this discrepancy or this dichotomy. And so the charge to the committee would be as follows. The city is aware that there's a considerable number of rental residential properties within the city. The city currently collects a GRRT, which is gross rental receipts tax of 5% on all residential properties. In recent years, it has been noted that many of the residential rentals are being rented on a short-term basis. While short-term residential rentals are a trend nationwide, it has been noted that these types of rentals can result in a need for expansion of the city's services. The ad hoc committee on short-term rentals shall consider what services are being impacted by the short-term rentals. These services include trash removal, recycling, traffic, parking, and police. The committee shall provide recommendations to mayor and council regarding possible changes to the GRRT and related regulations and services by June 30th of 2022. The recommendations shall include possible zoning options to help manage short-term rentals, possible need for additional regulations to manage short-term rentals, possible need to differentiate GRRT rates from short-term rentals versus long-term rentals, and the possible need to revise licensing fees and requirements for short-term rentals. Committee members, I'm seeking council's approval for the following people to be appointed to the committee. That is Carolyn Jones, Councilman Khalil Saliba, Winnie Key, a resident with a lot of experience in short-term rentals and from another area, Tanya Flickinger, a resident of the beach, Don Long, who lives in downtown Lewes, and Marie Townsend, the city manager, and Lorraine McCabe. I think this is a topic that we've heard a lot of discussion about. And short-term rental business, alcohol rental business is important to us. and we want to make sure that we're managing it as well as we can. So it is just an opportunity to look at it. This would be a recommendation that would come to council. The timing on this is designed so that if we take action on any of these items or we make any changes, that we would do it in advance of season for FY23. What we have found in the past when we first adopted GRRT was that we did it so late that we had to skip a year because the rental agents and the individuals who are renting their homes did not have an adequate time to advise their prospective renters that there would be a gross rental receipts tax. So the idea is to make sure that any action that we would take would be taken during the summer season so that, and there would be public discussion and before any action was taken, and the committee's meetings will be open to the public.
Mayor, can I ask a question about the
Sure.
makeup of the committee? So I count
7.
so there's I make Carolyn, Khalil, Winnie, Don, Mrs. Flickinger, Anne Marie, and who's the other?
Ellen Lorraine.
Ellen Lorraine.
So who are the voting members?
The voting members would be everybody but Anne Marie and Ellen Lorraine. So there's 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
I'd like to say that we've gotten a lot of emails on this, folks who are interested in being a part of this group. So I think the way we should probably look at it is keep their names, keep the list of them and use them as our experts when we will have some questions, run them out to them and get a feel for what they can offer.
And every meeting will be a public meeting, so.
Yep.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, is there a motion to approve this committee?
I'll make a motion to approve the ad hoc committee on short-term rentals.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so this committee will get started and we'll have a report back from them here. But as I said, these meetings will be public and they will be posted on the city's website. So if you're interested in attending, you'll be able to attend. Okay, then moving on to item F, which is the consent agenda. We have several meeting minutes. The public hearing from December 6th of 21, a mayor and council meeting from December 9th of 21, mayor and council meeting from January 10th, and the public hearing meeting minutes from January 13th. And I believe we wanted to defer action on January 10th. Is that correct?
That's correct. We
Okay.
do not want to approve that, and we
Okay.
want to approve December 9th with corrections.
Okay, are they substantial? Or are they more?
Typographical and.
Okay, we'll
you
hold
know,
those two out. So-
Nothing major. Yeah, pull those aside.
Okay, so we'll consider the December 6th and the
Approved.
January 13th. And then also at the same time, we'll consider the Board of Public Works meeting minutes from January 26th, the financial activity reports and the police department activity reports. We do not have a report from the fire department to share.
Correct.
So could I have a motion to approve those consent agenda items that we are dealing with as a group? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Now, did you want to make corrections to the December 9th meeting minutes? Or do you want to just come back, bring it back next month?
You shared them, right?
December 9th, it was 2 clerical errors.
Yeah,
so-
clerical. So, yeah.
So is there a motion to approve the December 9th meeting minutes? You need a separate motion since we deferred action on it. Okay, Carolyn, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Motion carries. Then moving on to item G1, this presentation of the city manager's report. Anne Marie, the floor is yours.
Okay, so Jillian, can you bring up my PowerPoint? All right, so I will go through. February was a busy month. So we finally got to near completion as of the end of February for the long-awaited Rollins Center restrooms. Now, all we need to do is get the audio consistently working and we'll be good to go. We had a meeting with residents of Monroe, Adams, and Railroad Avenues on February 2nd regarding the design work associated with the revitalization, rehabilitation of those streets. I say another planning meeting will happen in March. It could be April by the time we get to it, because the month is just getting away from us and schedules are, I think everybody knows, a little chaotic. We, along with GMB and BPW, we reviewed lighting options for the Otis Smith parking lot. So that and the Schley Avenue parking lot should be going out to bid very soon. And BPW's project, it is ongoing on Pilottown Road, installing the water services. We're hoping for a late spring completion. We had a lot of interaction with DelDOT. Jason Hastings talked to us tonight. So as he mentioned in that, Mayor Becker and Councilperson Ritzert and I met with him a couple of weeks ago. And the workshop is planned for March 29th at the library. I think everybody on city council and probably a large portion of the public in Lewes participated in the virtual workshop on February 23rd regarding Kings Highway. So the comment period for that is still open with DelDOT. Staff met with DelDOT and the developers of what's called Henlope and Bluff regarding some of the transportation issues related to that development that is off of Gills Neck Road near Schofield. We have not yet received an application, but they are doing their legwork to get that application submitted. We met with property owners on Savannah Road to discuss annexation. This is in the area where the BPW is extending water and sewer services. We've met with some, we've reached out to most of them, and we'll continue to have to follow up to meet with all of the owners. We have been reviewing comments on from the beach parking workshop that was held in January. Due to the volume of comments and the length of comments, the compilation of the feedback is taking some time. We have not stopped working on that. It's at this point, we're focusing more on what can we address in the near term for the coming season. So that will be on this evening's agenda. We did conduct interviews for the building official position, and we have found a candidate for that, and that person will start on March 28th. Our employee engagement committee has prepared an employee of the quarter recognition program. So the staff that are involved in the employee engagement committee will be reaching out to their colleagues to also look at how we might modify the process for the Elaine Bisbee Award. The idea is that anybody who's nominated for the quarterly awards would be eligible for the Elaine Bisbee Award if they meet the criteria for that award as well. Good news in the pandemic, we've been able to make masks optional. The Board of Health will be meeting less frequently, so thankfully things are moving in a good direction there. We had one new home permit, a total of 44 building permits total during the month. That's pretty consistent as of late. Trash, our trash volume is a little up, our recycling volume is a little down. So sometimes that also just relates to when you get to the dump. So it's really looking at the annual numbers that probably means the most. People are starting to have bonfires again on the beach. So other recreation permits are still not happening, but I think people are ready for winter to end. We had 19 new business licenses and 4 new rental licenses during the month. Melody Barger and I attended a speed coaching event for the University of Delaware's ICMA student chapter. That's the City County Management Association. The ad hoc committee for the review of the code of conduct reviewed its work, and it's expected to present recommendations to mayor and city council next month. We had our consultant from the Center for Public Safety Management visit Lewes to interview staff and elected officials for the police department staffing study. And Councilperson Jones and staff and members of H Park met to discuss the process for addressing historic buildings that are in disrepair. Staff also met with Tree Commissioner Marty Thompson, who I think is here, or maybe she's left, and Councilperson Jones to discuss possible ordinances to protect trees on private property. At this point, we determined that we're not moving forward with an ordinance, but it is something that I think there's some level of interest in. Rick Melendez and Kenny Morris participated in the Lewes Library's Touch a Truck Tuesday event. They've done this a few times now, and it's extremely well received. I think the police department has done it as well. Am I correct? So this is a pretty good interactive program that allows the young people in our community to interact with the trucks and equipment operators. So the staff met with members of the African American Heritage Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission to plan for the city's first Juneteenth event, which is scheduled for June 26th. They've been working very hard to plan that. What did I say? I said 26, didn't I? I had the rain date scheduled in my head for some reason. Sorry about that. It's the 25th. It's the Saturday. Thanks, Trina. Staff began preparing for the municipal election that will be held on May 14th. The filing deadline is open until April 7th. The seat of mayor is up. We've been working diligently to finalize the FY23 budget. We've had weekly meetings on Friday mornings. We have one more meeting, and that is next Monday at 10 to put the finishing touches on it. And then mayor and council will approve the budget next Monday evening. We met with DelDOT to discuss e-bikes and unsafe bike speeds on the trails. This is something that we'll continue to look at and review with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We began contract negotiations between the city and the Teamsters for the police contract. The Executive Committee on Resiliency met twice. One of the recommendations regarding a real estate disclosure requirement is on this evening's agenda. Staff, mainly Ellen Lorraine and councilpersons Jones and Saliba, have been working very diligently preparing for the launch of the Lewes line. Ken Huff, shown in this picture, was sworn in as a patrolman with the Lewes Police Department on February 14th. And that is what I've got.
Thank you very much, Anne Marie. Any questions or comments from the table? Questions or comments from the audience? Thank you. Okay, then I think we can move on to item H1, which is presentation possible action regarding the 2022 mayor and council priorities identified at our December 21st workshop. You'll find that we did have a workshop in December that was primarily giving an opportunity for council to come together and was facilitated by people from University of Delaware. And we talked about priorities for this year. As you can tell from tonight's agenda, this council has a very, very active schedule, and we want to make sure that we are meeting the needs and that the things that we've identified as priority items do get addressed. Some of the items on the priority schedule have already begun work, such as discussions about a shuttle and the short-term rental ad hoc committee that we talked about, and the police department improvements that have already begun. But there are other items that you can see on council priorities. And what we need to do is make sure that we do not lose focus on these items as we go forward. There are lots of other items that come up, and these are just the ones that came to the surface as we met with the consultants who were working with us. Comments from the table from anyone? Okay. So I think this is more of an informational piece for members of the public to understand the priorities that were identified. Okay. So with that, I think we can then move on to item number H2, which is presentation and possible action on the implementation of an interim parking plan for public access for public streets along Cedar Avenue with between Savannah and Roosevelt Inlet. Talk about that a little bit.
Sure. So we, again, following the public workshop on beach parking, that was a virtual workshop on January 18th that was kept open for public comments through the 28th. Following the closing of that comment period, we determined that there were too many comments and just too much detail to be able to give them meaningful review to propose any type of permit system for the coming year. So we started to turn our attention to what are the things that we could do to at least make the situation a little better for the coming season. So we presented to you this report that was in your packet on at the February meeting, and you all set a public hearing to take public feedback on that. So the public hearing was held last Thursday. There are 6 items that in the report from February 14th that say action required. And we really tried to focus the public comment on this. The public record was left open until Saturday at 5 o'clock. And we shared with you, I think, about 40 pages of written comments that we received from that. So my recommendation on this is to take each of those 6 action items and see if there's a motion, one at a time, and then figure out how you're going to proceed based on that.
So the first item was enforcement of illegal parking and encroachments.
Well, actually, it's the action required one.
But you want to skip that one?
Yes.
That was the first
Yep.
item listed.
Oh, yes.
The second item is the inconsistency in parking signage. And that the action required here is in order to resolve the inconsistencies, staff recommends that mayor and city council determine whether all no parking zones should be identified in the city code. If so, staff will bring forward an ordinance to resolve the discrepancies identified.
This is more or less administrative, right?
Exactly.
We're not looking to expand more no parking.
No, this is
We're
just
simply saying wherever there's no parking, we're codifying so that when the chief or one of the parking enforcement people write a
Right.
ticket, it's enforceable, right?
Right. And that we look to make sure that the various sources kind of match up, because right now they don't.
So I'll make a motion to codify the no parking zones.
Okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Second action item is the Bay Avenue signage plan identified emergency access streets where parking restrictions would ensure that turning radii are sufficient for emergency vehicles. Staff recommends that these emergency access streets and associated requirements be codified. If the mayor and city council concurs, staff will prepare an ordinance to address this. So this has to do with the 6 emergency access streets that we identified that connect Cedar to Bay Avenue. And I think we have some inconsistencies in where signage is posted, and perhaps some of it's on streets that were not originally identified. And so this is an opportunity for us to correct that and put it in the code.
Right. And one of the things in talking with GMB is that there was engineering analysis that went into designating the emergency access streets. So as they've changed over time, that engineering analysis did not go into that. So the idea is that there was a lot of care taken to make sure that when Bay Avenue was redone, that there was sufficient space for emergency vehicles to get to Bay Avenue at various junctures. And if it's not codified over time, that may change without the proper analysis.
And I know there were some questions on this one that may not be necessary, and I've witnessed in real time, someone struggling on the beach and they had an issue getting an emergency vehicle there. So it's scary and there's a need to have emergency streets. So again, we're not looking to increase the capacity of emergency access streets here. We're looking to codify the ones that exist.
And there are 6 of them.
And Chief, your team and the fire department are aware of the ones that exist now, correct? So we're simply looking to make sure that the ones that are on the map are codified, because we've become a town that needs to codify everything. So I make a motion
Oh, we have to,
that
yeah.
we codify the emergency access streets that are understood on Lewes Beach.
I'll second.
The motion and a second. Any further discussion at the table? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, the next item is action required here. There has often been confusion and conflict surrounding parking on paper streets and former paper streets off Cedar Avenue. Staff requests that the mayor and city council determine whether these should be open for parking or signed as no parking. This has been a very hot topic for us to talk about. There's been a lot of concern about this. We know that some streets are being used for parking and so many of them are not. But this is a concern that has been of concern to everyone who lives over there, especially those of you who live adjacent to a paper street.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'll begin the discussion here because one of the things, and I feel bad about this, but I think there were a lot of people in the audience probably and on Lewes Beach as well, who thought when this was brought forth, we were considering paving or creating additional parking on the open space areas, which were formerly known as paper streets. And that was never our intention. I think there might have been some language that was misleading, but that certainly has not been the intention of anyone I know on the council here. So I think what we're heading towards is we have a number of open space areas. You know, again, they were paper streets years ago. Many of them were redesignated as open space a few years back. And we heard a lot of comments from a lot of people from Lewes Beach, people in town who visit the area in the summertime in particular, who do park in some of these areas that are not overgrown. They do have gravel. And I mean, as someone who lives over there, I really don't see a lot, frankly, of people who park in the open space areas. I a few times a summer, but it's not a common practice. And my inclination moving forward is not to post any no parking signs there. I think one of the reasons for that is just general sign clutter. People are getting a little frustrated with a lot of signage everywhere you go. And, you know, a really terrific, I would be happy with moving forward like that, or what our city manager, Anne Marie Townsend, suggested last week, along with Bobby Birch of Houston Street, is to simply let the open space area, if we're concerned that more people will park there, the cities should not be cutting those down like they do in the summer 3 times a summer. Let them grow so that will discourage people potentially from parking there. So I think as we move forward, it's almost to me like a pilot program. Let's leave it alone. Let's see what happens. If suddenly there is a mass rush of people who are parking in these open space areas, and you know, some of them may be, you know, wet, more wet than others, and it could create some problems, you know, we can revisit it. But those are my initial thoughts.
Okay. Other comments?
Yes, I'll make a comment. I actually like the idea of not signing. I agree completely with what Khalil has said about that. We do have too many signs throughout the city. I actually like the idea of maintaining the areas by the occasional mowing. And what I'm thinking of is that we do have a tick problem in this area. And if there is an opportunity for someone to actually park in that area, it would be very helpful to have the grass not be long enough to actually someone to walk through tall grass where they might get a tick bite. So I love the idea of no signage, but I like the idea of the occasional mowing.
I think what Khalil's going at to an extent, I think Tim is sort of status quo. That's how I prefer to treat this.
Right. Well, I'll ditto that. I think I'll go along exactly what you said, Khalil. I think we should leave it and let it tell us what it wants. What's going to happen, because if we don't, we're not sure what's going to happen. So let's just leave it and see.
That's an option to us, right? We can just leave it status quo.
Leave it
Yep.
So I make a motion that because there's action required, I make a motion that the city continues to leave this issue as status quo, and as Khalil indicated, if we see a change in the direction, then we can address it then.
I'll second that one.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And you don't really need to make a motion if there's something you just
Yeah, you
don't want
don't have
to
to,
do.
but that's okay.
But that, I think,
You can't lose.
in that case, I do think it's important to
Right.
reaffirm the
Because
status
such an-
quo.
this has been
But
such an
I'm
issue
thinking
that
of the
we
next one.
discussed. Yeah.
Well, it's been an issue, so.
Okay. So the next item is feedback from the workshop suggested that no parking areas be striped on the streets off Cedar. Does mayor and council prefer that markings be added to the pavement on side streets? Such direction should be provided. As you'll know that we did mark we did stripe the areas of no parking within 30 feet of a stop sign on Cedar. And this would extend that onto the streets between Cedar and Bay.
I'll try this one and see if I interpreted it wrong, but I think the public sentiment here was to not, in the same way with the signage is, we don't need more paint everywhere, and I think that's my read on it.
That was my read as well.
And
Difficult, wasn't it, to?
it would be almost impractical. I mean, those stripes, would protrude out almost past the center line of a lot of those side streets.
Okay.
And I mean, it would just be aesthetically just, much of a turnoff.
Don't.
Want to just leave this alone?
Right.
Okay, I think we don't have to take any.
Yeah, I don't
action
think
on
you
that.
need to take action on
All
that.
right. I'm going to recuse on the next one.
Okay, fine. So, thank you, Khalil, or excuse me, Andrew.
So I think,
Let me read this one.
Let's read
first.
it first.
The issue continues to arise about whether off-street parking spaces should be designated for residents with no off-street parking, recognizing that any redevelopment of lots off-street parking is required. If mayor and council wishes to provide a reserved on-street parking for residences with no off-street parking, such direction should be provided. What we've had is some homes that were erected on the beach early in the 40s and the 50s were in some cases perhaps even advised by someone sitting in the city government at that point. There was no need to accommodate parking. Obviously, that's no longer the case. And so some of these homes over there that have been there for many, many years have no opportunity to create off-street parking because of the way the house was built. So we have made some accommodations for some people who are either elderly or handicapped to have parking spaces in front of their home reserved. However, for this particular one would extend it to anyone who is not necessarily a full-time resident.
yeah, thank you, Ted, for mentioning that, because I think that it is interesting that there is a history here of previous mayors and councils who, back in the 40s and 50s, who did not want driveways coming out towards Cedar. And because back then, there's no, we can't compare the 50s to today in terms of traffic and such. And so there, to my count right now, there's 7 homes that I'm aware of that do not have driveways, do not have any, parking there. And that includes many homes. If you go in the back through an alley, you can access homes that way as well. But these are homes that don't have any access to the back, nothing through the front, and rely on off-street parking. And it's been a particularly inconvenience for some who are older, who will leave their home, go pick up groceries and come back, and there's cars all around their house and they have to park a block away and, lug groceries back home. So it's been quite inconvenient for a lot of residents over there. And I think it's something that I'm glad we're taking this up, and I'd be interested to see what anyone else says, but I totally support the idea of designating 2 parking spots at each home that does not have, that can demonstrate that they do not have a driveway, essentially. And that would be, again, this has happened before. Some people have approached us, but they do have parking through an alley in the back. So they would not qualify for this. So this would be done on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, you're specifically talking just about those houses that do not have any parking at all, right?
And
And it's required that houses now have to have two parking spaces. Is it?
Right, so any new construction,
Right.
it will have off-street parking.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would
If the
go
houses-
with that, yeah.
The houses where in question were to be removed, then the replacement home would have to create off-street parking.
Mhm.
Correct.
There's no
Mhm.
grandfather
Okay.
here. So
Okay.
if the home were destroyed or removed for reconstruction, the new residents would have to provide off-street parking.
The only downside to this is really, as we're pursuing, a parking plan for Lewes Beach, is that some would argue that this is going to take 2 spots away from potential visitor parking and such. But I mean, this is one of those situations where, the mayor and council, we work for everyone in this room and everyone who's a resident and a property owner here. And I think we really have to place a priority on people who pay pay taxes here and who are suffering an inconvenience like this. And I'm very enthusiastic and hopeful that we can get this done tonight.
We're only talking about 7 homes.
May I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Please. Do you have any idea of how widely spread about those 7 homes are? Are they clustered in a particular
No,
area?
not at all. It's completely random. There are, we have some already on Market Street near
Right.
Savannah, and then we have one all the way down on Iowa
Uh-huh.
near the yacht club.
Right.
And then a cluster on one on Kentucky,
Mhm.
one on Illinois.
Right.
I'm aware of. So no, it's not as if, I know what you're getting, it's not as if someone came in there at a certain time, built 8 homes, and for some reason they were told not to have, driveways.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I will speak to one concern that I have. It is true that in our city, we have a code that allows driveways to be up to 20 feet in length or width, in width, not length, in width. And 20 feet is approximately the length of a normal size car.
Right.
So if we actually allow for 2 spaces per one of these 7 houses, we're actually taking away a space that might be available for the public to use. And that's consequential.
Well,
And
I'm not
because we're
sure.
taking away 40 feet.
I don't think we're taking 40 feet, 20 feet wide are the driveways. I don't
I
know of
understand.
any cars that are 20 feet long.
Well, I mean, big vans certainly are that way, and big SUVs and so forth, but to be able to maneuver into the space and so forth, you're speaking about more than 10 feet certainly per car, probably a minimum of 15 feet. And so the chief might be able to answer that question better, Chief. But it seems to me that there is a consequence to dedicating that much curb frontage
I don't.
for private use.
Yeah, I don't know what the standard is on a parking spot. I'm trying to remember. We
have a 19 by 18.
19 by
9 by 18.
9 by 18.
9 by 18.
Right.
So, I mean, going back to my preference and deference to our our residents here. I mean, it may appear to be, and by the way, these could be on one side, these don't have to be consecutive. It just depends on, again, a case-by-case basis in identifying where there are, reasonable spots for each resident there.
So you're suggesting, do I understand you're describing that the two parking spaces would not necessarily be cheek and jowl, so to speak, or side by side?
Not
correct? They
necessarily.
could be anywhere within
I mean, one thing, no,
reasonable-
not at all. I mean, one thing we've learned about the Lewes Beach community is there's no master plan that was followed when they built that. I mean,
Right.
there are, streets that are wider than others, and it definitely requires a case-by-case basis analysis, in my view.
And I think you're envisioning this as people would have to make an application.
Application, absolutely.
So they would make an application to our building official?
Well, I think we can say, yeah, my guess is I would defer to Anne Marie on who the appropriate staff.
I would say they should make, that they should make application to the city manager's office, and that way we would work with the maintenance department and the,
building.
and the building department.
Okay.
And do you foresee actually, going out to the field and actually, seeing,
Mhm.
speaking with
Absolutely.
them? And
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we just need to make sure that people understand that it won't just be everybody's issued one, that they have to actually apply.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we have to make a motion here.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to provide for reserved on-street parking for residents with no street parking.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay.
So
All
is
in
that,
favor?
and the motion didn't say one or two spaces, so I just want to be
Two
clarified.
spaces.
It's two spaces
Two.
with a request to the city manager's office.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion.
And excuse me,
Amended.
one more question.
Sure.
Apologize. And once this is granted, this is not renewed annually or anything. It's just a grant. Is that correct? Is that the idea?
Until such time that you all decide to do something different.
Right,
Or something happens to the house.
Right.
right,
Oh,
right, right.
okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so we have a motion. Everybody, and you got the motion? You got the motion?
Sorry.
You got,
Repeat it one more time. I'm sorry. If you threw me
Okay,
off
I'll
with
read back to you.
requirements, please.
I make a motion to provide for reserved on-street parking for residents with no off-street parking,
2 spaces.
2 spaces.
With an
Application to city
An
manager.
application to the city manager's
right.
office, and that it would stay in place
For what she
until,
said.
until a future council changes it or a house is removed and rebuilt.
Redevelop, right. The one that's redeveloped.
Okay. All right. I think we got it finally.
Mhm.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The final action in this.
Somebody should look at Andrew.
I just.
Yeah, Andrew, he's coming back, I think.
I just texted him.
We'll wait for him to come back.
Here he comes.
Here he comes. He stepped outside.
Oh, he went outside.
Yeah, he really left.
I thought he was in the hallway.
No, he really left.
Oh, you're good.
Come on in.
Got something done with that.
The final action required in this report is if mayor and council would like to delineate or meter parking. This is for parking at Roosevelt Inlet. This has to do with Roosevelt Inlet, and there has been quite a bit of discussion about this. Staff would proceed with the delineation to develop an ordinance to proceed with obtaining DENREC permits to implement this. I think this, there's been the discussion at the meeting the other night was, there seemed to be pretty strong support for the idea of delineating parking. However, there was no interest in having it metered. And I think the overwhelming support was for angled parking.
Angled parking, and
Diagonal,
it was 32 spaces based on the layout.
Plus 1 handicap space.
2 handicap
Two.
spots.
That
Bring
includes,
that up because I'd like to look.
that
at
includes the 2, hold on. let me-
Which ones are eliminated? Because I've gotten feedback that this one probably. should-
Okay, so it's those
Oh,
2,
Up at the top.
those 2, the one,
They're gonna go away.
those 2, and then no, and then the one, that one. Yep.
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 This
And
one's
that's for the
okay?
turning radius.
Yeah, that one's
Because
okay.
it's open at the end.
So,
So the two on the end, on the right, and then the middle one, the end one.
right, and the
Right.
32 includes the handicap
Handicapped,
spaces.
right.
But they also have the area that's shown on here as a possible meter area would be a drop-off pickup area.
Right.
Up in the upper left-hand
Just a
corner.
loading zone.
Right, the
Oh, I see.
loading
Right,
zone, just
right.
because so many people.
Right. And you described the other day, the Moby mats would be laid out to
Yeah, so
facilitate.
there are Moby mats there. And as part of the handicap parking, we would have a handicap accessible path of travel from those spaces to the point of the Moby mats.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
right.
And so this actually, because you're not metering it, it does not require any code changes. It'll just require the DENREC permit, but I've already talked to them and that's not going to be a problem.
Right. And we can get this done for the season,
Yes, we
correct?
can.
Right.
Good.
And when would this sort of be enforced? Like, I know a practice in the morning, for example, even though those are angled this way, I think we should be lenient to folks in the morning, maybe parking until what?
10 o'clock?
10 o'clock? I mean,
I mean, I think
What do you mean?
it's once the lot starts to fill, it's going to have
I mean, it
to.
makes sense to angle in this way for the sunset, but you know, I mean.
Right, if you go out there to watch the sunrise, you're not going to want to.
Right. You're gonna pull in a different direction.
Mm.
I don't think, I think, the way we're enforcing this is normally we would enforce it during the normal time that the meters are enforced.
Yeah, I mean, we're
Right.
not
So
going to
it
be
wouldn't-
out
person
there at
wouldn't be
6
affected
AM.
until
Right.
9 o'clock.
Exactly.
And they wouldn't be affected after 8 o'clock at night.
Right.
So,
The one thing that I will add as a suggestion, because it's my understanding that each space is not going to be lined, but it's in fact going to be marked by a bumper or whatever you call that.
The
Yes.
cement,
device,
the
right.
cement thing.
Right, or a wood. or
Either
a
bumpers
timber.
or timbers.
Right.
That's-
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The one thing that I would like to suggest is because this area is popular for sunsets and for fires, the beach fires, would it be possible for the bumpers to have some kind of fluorescent type of paint put on them so they would reflect? And so
So
it
you
would
don't
be a
end up running
tripping
over them.
hazard. That's what
Right.
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah,
possible?
That's not. a
looks like
problem.
Rick left already.
Yeah, well,
and Kenny
Kenny
left.
was here for a while, but Charlie's still here.
Right. And the idea is that just they'll pick up
Right, so
whatever
it's visible.
ambient light is
Right,
there. Right,
good
that's
idea,
all.
good idea.
Thank you.
We can certainly do that, but we did have an email today from Greg Ratchford, the manager of the yacht club, saying that they have been painting the stone.
Yeah, their
The
stone
float
is
is
not as
smaller.
coarse.
Yeah.
And I think
Right.
that's the big difference is
Yeah.
that their stone is a finer stone.
Yeah, that stuff.
And that, I mean, this stuff up there is,
It's pretty heavy.
It's big and nasty.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve this.
One thing I'll bring up, I met with someone this is a future idea, is that there's an area, does this allow for more visibility down the west end here?
Yes.
Can you, is this able to come up?
I don't think so.
No, oh yeah.
Just a little bit.
Oh, there you
More.
go.
That this area could be developed, well, knowing that the yacht club owns this,
No, you could.
that this could be maybe
Additional
brought
parking?
up a little aesthetic, no.
Aesthetically,
Maybe the aesthetics, maybe a bench there where people could sit and enjoy
Yeah.
the sunset.
Okay.
So that's, someone suggested that to me, so
Yep.
that's.
That's a
we
good
can
idea.
do in the future.
Good
Okay.
idea.
And is there there's a area suggested for a future bike rack, but that's not included in what we're,
no, there is a bike rack there that
Yeah.
I
Correct.
think what
Oh, yeah.
it does need to be secured to the ground because I
Right.
don't think it is now.
right?
And we could add another bike rack.
right.
Yeah, and I think the area that Andrew has just spoken to would be an excellent location.
It's
if,
possible.
You know,
It can be
someone-
investigated.
Or an additional one where there is one.
Right.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
plenty of space.
Okay, Kenny's back. We're just talking about making,
Putting some sort of reflector type thing on whatever bumpers we put down. Something that,
Yeah, we have them painted yellow right now.
okay.
Yellow lines going through them right now.
okay,
Do we have to make a motion?
yes, we do need a motion.
Before we make we discuss this, a motion, I just want to mention, absolutely don't think that meters are appropriate.
Right, right.
Oh, yeah.
That's a
But I
consensus.
think it's important that the public know that as we develop a parking area beyond Roosevelt and throughout Lewes Beach, there won't be any permits this summer either. So there'll be no charges for parking on Lewes Beach. But
Except for the.
Fine.
pavings that-
Except for the two lots at Johnny Walker and Savannah Beach.
Yeah, I meant the Lewes Beach community,
Right,
what we're
right,
looking at now. It's important to note that we may have to revisit that for 2023, 2024.
and beyond, because this could be, there could be some substantial costs that we're going to incur in doing all this. And we may need the revenue from metered parking and permit parking to administer the program. So I'm not trying to be the killjoy here. But, you know, Lewes is a prosperous town in many ways, but this program could end up after the summer and we reevaluate, might cost a lot more than we think, and we may have to generate a new revenue source to support it.
Okay. Thank you, Cleo.
Yeah.
I think the important thing is that we're talking about this season, and we know
Right.
that Anne Marie has already committed that we would come back to talk about parking permits and things like that prior to the 23 season. So that's all in the future. Okay, is there a motion to approve this method of creating the spaces at Roosevelt Inlet?
I'll make a motion. I move that the city commit to creating improving the parking lot at Roosevelt Inlet with the plan, I think it was called Plan B, isn't it? Or anyway, with diagonal parking around the perimeter as well as in the center island. We will, and that's, I think
It'll be
that's it.
meterless. too.
Without metering. Well, yes.
Could you make a friendly amendment to include the bit about the handicap accessible?
You know, yeah, sure. Are you speaking of the Moby Mat or business?
I think
or-
right now is not really a spot to get through for handicap accessible trail.
Yeah, there are two handicap
Two at the
spaces.
top.
Spaces,
Which
so
will be
there's not,
connected.
yeah.
They said that there would be two
I think-
handicap parking spaces provided.
What I'm saying here
And
is,
Also,
No, as proposed.
right here, there's only, that's not wide enough to get anything through, and that has a chain across it
I
typically.
apologize.
So I think somewhere you need to widen the entrance to the mat. So if you're gonna have ADA parking, you need to make the trail to the beach accessible for.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. So that's something we hadn't discussed, but yeah, that makes sense.
I think Kenny has got the idea back there. Is that right, Kenny?
Yes.
And that had been actually discussed and staff wise that we have to make sure that
can get there.
those spaces make because we're having handicap spaces, we need to make access and
Correct.
accessible.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So I'll second that with that friendly amendment.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
All right, so we have a motion and an amendment to it. All in favor?
Hi.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We then move on to item H3 is discussion and possible action regarding a site
I think we
plan.
have a question.
Yes, sir, Dennis.
Yeah.
Come on up front. Make sure you come up and identify yourself. I didn't see you rise. Sorry about that.
That's quite all right, thank you. Dennis Reardon, 1302 Bay Avenue. And I just want to say that I had a lot to say on March 10th, as did a lot of other people. And I want to say thank you. It's obvious that you heard the comments. And I'd like to thank you for how you responded tonight.
Thank you, Dennis. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So then we'll move on to item H3 is discussion and possible action regarding a site plan application from White Box LLC for the construction of a mixed-use site, SB 2-23 carriage houses on Savannah. Site plan is for mixed-use site with commercial use and residential dwellings. The property is located at 209 Savannah. And the property is zone GC, general commercial, Sussex County Tax Map 3-35-4-20-192.00. Janelle, would you like to talk to us a little bit about this?
Sure, I'd be happy to. This is a site plan, again, for mixed use. You held a public hearing last week and heard comments. The Joint Site Development Review Ad Hoc Review Committee held a public hearing on February 9th. At that time, they did hear public comments. This does then close the public process for the application if you so choose to move forward with this, because there have been 2 public hearings that have allowed the public to participate. The Joint Site Development Ad Hoc Review Committee did recommend approval of this application with 5 conditions. I know during the public hearing, there were concerns about the height and the number of stories. It does comply with those items. I do know there was some concerns about lighting in the dumpster location. Those are items that, as part of this recommendation, there was one of the conditions of approval was considering the moving of the trash enclosure and adding a second trash enclosure on this site. You could also request additional landscaping around those trash enclosures. And then you also have the ability to add, I know there was some concern about lighting, so potentially if there's going to be lighting on the site, that it should be shielded and downward screened. And then I'm happy to, and we did receive the only public comments after the meeting last week were sent to the council members from the applicant himself.
And I
Those were
think
emailed last week.
I think there was one other comment about continuing the brick facade or the block
Yes,
facade.
so there were a number of conditions, and one of them was a lighting plan, a separate landscape plan, bicycle parking, and then for this one, continuing the facade for the 2 Dips building and continuing that along the frontage of the 2 other residential units that are along Savannah Road for this property.
Okay. Any comments from the table?
I have 2, just based on the conditions. So the piece about, let's go to number 5 first, the block facade and the condition around that. How will that be, if that's a condition that we apply, how will that be realized? Given that the joint site review won't reconvene and et cetera, how would we condition that to ensure that what's requested on the architecture is followed through on?
So as with any other site plan, staff is responsible for making sure that all conditions and sections of code are complied with when it gets to final plan approval. So in this case, if there's an issue with the architecture, then in a condition regarding the architecture, revised architectural plans have to be submitted as part of the final site plan to ensure that they're in compliance with the conditions of approval.
And then the second piece has to do with the trash. So this calls for a second enclosure. And my question is, rather than have a second enclosure, I assume for the residences, could the residences basically be put on city recycling and trash and rely on cans that they're bringing out, or that they keep underneath of their own units rather than having 2 dumpsters there on the site?
I think that's something we'd have to, I can't make that determination. That I think I'm gonna defer to the city
So I
manager
guess my
to make
question
that.
is, if there's examples of that where that's happened before, are they charged extra? Are they given it? What's the relationship
No,
there?
so there are a number of condominium neighborhoods where the city provides the trash and recycling pickup.
Just for the property tax
Yes.
for the residences?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So that's possible?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It'd have to be decided on a case by case basis, but.
Okay. My other question has to do with we'll discuss, I assume, the paper street components of this future.
Right.
That's
That's
right now, I'll just,
Yeah, that'll be at a separate meeting date for regarding access
So I really have no other question other than
later tonight.
this was voted by the joint site review.
Right.
They did,
What was the vote count on that?
I believe it was unanimous vote.
I think it was too.
It was,
No, actually, Joe Hawker, I don't think,
no, he
did he
voted,
vote for
He
it?
voted
he
for
did.
it, yeah.
Okay,
There was,
so this
he
one
was-
was a 5-0.
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
4-0.
Okay.
Okay.
Or 4. I
Okay.
think it was, because we were missing one member.
Right.
Okay.
So.
All right. Okay.
I actually have a question I'd like to ask, were you finished, Andrew?
I am, Tim.
Okay,
Thanks.
picking up on Andrew's comments about number 5 regarding the block facade. What would happen if we find that the facade is not in good condition, and that is not, its useful life is spent, and that it doesn't make sense for it to be actually used in this design. What will that process look like?
So if the applicant has a concern with one of the conditions of approval, they will submit that in writing and it'll come back to mayor and council for consideration to amend a condition of approval.
I think there are BB block molds that still exist. So.
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. All right. So, it seems like the BB blocks would be, we should expect that to be part of whatever the finished product is once, if this was to be approved and developed as
The
designed.
facade of the existing two dips was to be carried over for the first floor of the other two residential units
As well.
as for the exterior look. It's just the look of the building because
Correct.
again, it's not a residential use on that first
Correct.
floor on the ground floor because it's not one of the floors. So it's just the look of the building.
Right.
It's just a facade.
Mm-hmm.
It is a facade that rises above the first floor though.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Other comments from the table? Is there a motion?
I mean, is there discussion to my idea of the trash can? Is that, what do you guys think of that? I mean, is it better to have a
Oh, no,
second dumpster? Or is it people just to wheel off their cans? I mean, I don't think.
I personally like the idea of us eliminating the dumpsters.
Me too.
Absolutely.
Because it takes 2 trucks off the road that are coming through the city to service the site. We have our trash, our own city trucks are working the neighborhood, providing services for the residents, for the single-family detached residents, I want to say. So it makes sense that we would be able to provide the same service,
cycle as their
for
neighbors.
this community.
That's agreeable to me.
We don't do commercial pickup.
Right.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Commercial, we still have to have.
Right.
Well, actually, I'd like to speak to that, actually. And because it's my understanding, if I remember correctly, that there's the commercial space there is a total of 800 square feet, I think. Is that what I
So
remember?
that's the overall area is larger than that for what they calculate for parking is the 800 square feet. So because they calculate, what they don't calculate is some of the storage area. They calculate what they're using for display in retail area.
Sure.
So the back kind of rooms, they don't count. So the buildings are actually larger than the 800 square feet.
Right, but they're not like 10 times more larger, correct? We're talking about a modest storage room, probably, that kind of thing. Where I'm going with this is that if, again, working on the idea of reducing truck traffic, and it seems to me that this would be an opportunity for the city to provide a fee-based service to this particular commercial location.
Kind of
And
what I was asking before with the other relationships that we're doing that where it just becomes convenient to.
Not anything for commercial.
No.
The only non-residential we pick up is like the church,
Okay.
some of the churches.
Churches
Right.
and the.
Let's not overcomplicate that. I mean,
no, I don't think it's overcomplicated. It would just be really a matter of cleaning up the site and
yeah.
getting rid of the dumpsters, because dumpsters inevitably attract rodents possibly, and, dumpster divers in the community.
Okay.
Depending on the commercial application, there may be a lot of trash.
Could be, could be.
Okay, then I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the site plan for White Bucks LLC, the mixed use of parcel 223, carriage houses at Savannah, site plan for mixed use site with commercial use and residential dwellings. It's 209 Savannah, with the conditions previously stated by the Joint Site Review Committee, with the slight change for, rather than adding a second trash enclosure, I suggest, or I condition that these residences move to recycling and trash cans that are provided and picked up by the city based on their property tax that they're paying.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none?
Can we have a roll call vote on this one, stating reasons why you're voting the way you're voting? And remember, you can rely upon other people, you can rely upon comprehensive plan.
Leo, you want to go first?
I'm voting yes on this. To me, it's completely compliant with our rules. The conditions are reasonable. I particularly like the friendly modification that my colleague Andrew made. And I'm voting yes.
I'm voting yes because we rely on our commissions and committees, and the Joint Site Review Committee endorsed this. It appears to be code compliant based on what our building departments and planning officials say. I think the applicant has done a good job of paying attention to his surroundings and listening to some of the suggestions that have come on prior developments, frankly. So I vote yes.
Carolyn?
I vote yes because at first I thought maybe Rick hadn't talked to his neighbors and what have you, but I found out otherwise. You did more than above getting information from them and finding out just how they felt about this. And in looking at how you approach this, it's quite amazing, all the things that you came up with, but it tells us very much that you fully understand our comprehensive plan. And I am truly in favor of what you're doing, Rick. Thank you.
I vote yes as well. My colleagues here have expressed quite eloquently the reasons, and I have nothing else to add. I think this is a very smart plan, and I commend you for the effort, Rick.
And I too will vote, cast an affirmative vote for the reasons that have been previously stated. I think it's an opportunity to use this site in a very productive way. Then moving on to item H4 is discussion and possible action regarding a site plan application for White Spock LLC for the construction of a mixed-use site SP 2-22 carriage houses at K-Pendleton. The properties are located at the corner of Savannah Road and K-Pendleton Drive. The properties are zoned general commercial, Sussex County tax map 335-4.20 1.89 and 1.90. Yeah, everyone will recall this is the parcel located at the corner of K-Pendleton Drive and Savannah Road. It's been discussed many times in the past. And again, the Joint Site Review Committee did meet and this time offered 6 conditions and Janelle, would you like to walk us through those?
Sure. So the first condition was a consideration of alternative materials for handrails on the decks. The second was to provide additional plantings around the trash enclosure and the parking meter, and that the plantings shall include native and non-native, non-invasive species, that they provide a separate landscaping plan, provide a lighting on the plan, provide bicycle parking spaces. And the 6th one was to provide an improved architecture that includes the design of the rear of the buildings that face 205 Savannah to meet code. However, be visually appealing and provide privacy, complying with the city code values number 1 and 6. Staff would also note, as I did with the first one, that this does comply with the height regulations and the number of stories. We are still working on a front yard setback. It's item. It does comply with the mixed use of the site, with the commercial component. And it also complies with the process that this is the last portion of the public process, that if so recommended approval today, then it will just be working internally with staff and the other reviewing agencies, state agencies, to obtain permits for and approvals for final plan approval.
Thank you, Janelle. Comments from the table.
And this will include, of course, Sussex Conservation
Conservation
and the
District,
Fire
DelDOT, Fire
and the
Marshal,
BPW 's
BPW.
Given their blessing.
Everybody will have to they'll have to get through all of the agency approvals.
This is approval just from this level,
Yes.
not from all the other state.
Yeah, no,
agencies.
they've still got a ways to go.
Right.
Okay. Because I was wondering about S&D too.
One
Yeah,
of the
no,
questions that I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nothing.
No, I was focused on the Sussex Conservation District approval process, and
I'd like to ask a question or ask a question. I seem to think that I remember hearing during the hearing or during that there was discussion of the use of porous materials in the parking area.
I believe the applicant did state that at one point, but if you want to have that as that porous materials be used,
right,
then you would need to make that a condition of approval.
Correct.
Condition.
Right.
Because that is not currently a condition of approval.
Correct. And what I would really like to see is because we will be considering improvements, a request from the same developer to improve our paper streets or our Alaska Avenue and also Cedar, but we're talking about Alaska for this particular project. We as a council and the city have made a commitment that we will in fact use porous materials engineered so that we are improving filtration.
Yeah.
And our developer has indicated an interest and desire to honor that and respect that. And what I'd like to see us do is see if we can't work out a cooperative effort that what our engineers design for us will complement what the developer does for the property that he is developing, so that we possibly so that the two engineered solutions aren't working against each other. The same materials might be used, and that they complement each other at the end result.
So
that's a long explanation.
So it sounds like what you want is if Alaska Avenue is paved,
correct,
that the paving materials used for that street be the same materials used on site for the drive aisles and the parking?
That is true, but consistent,
not the same.
Right? Not
be compatible.
Part of that. I mean, I'm
Charlie's
kind
got
of
his
out here in
hand
left
up.
field because I'm not the engineer, but
He's coming.
Yeah, but it seems.
And Charlie, I have one that specifically that I want to ask you about whether it's would work there.
Okay. I know that when we did the Alaska Avenue study last year for the city, that we did 2 borings and we discovered that the groundwater level is pretty high in that location. I don't know exactly what it is on the corner parcel, but if it's anything like the Alaska Avenue right away and the wetlands that are nearby, you can still get some benefit from putting it where we fell was we can get benefit from a permeable surface of some sort. It'll still drain through, but the applicant won't get, and the city won't get credit for using it because the groundwater level is so high from SED.
Right.
Okay, so just keep that in mind. I'm not quite sure I understand your question about like staying consistent with materials. Are you thinking about what we did on Coleman Avenue with permeable pavers, or are you talking about porous asphalt?
No, what I was actually thinking is what I will call, I'll call them egg cartons, but it's that idea.
Turf stone pavers.
Is that what they're called in the trade?
Talking about. So I'll just advise you on those, that they're a really great idea, but you'll run into the same problem with the groundwater level being so high in that area. But an additional problem is that very few contractors on the Delmarva Peninsula actually install them. And when the Board of Public Works put out an ad for bid for the parking lot right over here on the other side of Franklin Avenue, the prices were astronomical.
Right.
So just keep that in mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not prepared to actually make a recommendation of what this would look like. I'm just trying to make sure that the city and the developer are working together on achieving this kind of infiltration.
I wonder if we can get some help just in terms of how we might say that as a best practice, that the developer and the city will work together towards the best permeability practice. I mean,
you're wanting to look to add
without committing to us, because to Charlie's point, we don't know what can even work there in terms of a surface, but we do want to be able to use the most aggressive in terms of permeability, that's viable, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Where we fell out on Alaska Avenue, like I mentioned before, was you're not going to get full or any credit from SCD for using the permeable in terms of their review process, but you still will get some benefit from it, even if the groundwater level is within 2 feet of the bottom.
And the same would, you could say the same is probably true for this parcel.
Exactly. I would require them to do a boring or two just so we confirm it. Yeah.
And isn't that part of the review process, Janelle, that they'll have to do some borings on the
Yes,
site?
but if you're trying to do some type of porous material
need to
or
push
something
that.
like that, then you need that to be in a condition of approval, that they would work with the city engineer to determine the best potential porous material. If determined to be feasible by the city engineer for the drive aisles and parking areas for the property.
So you'd have to put on.
And just don't ask me to repeat that.
Let's not ask Rick.
So that'd be additional.
You shouldn't ask him
Right.
questions because public records
Yeah.
closed. Yeah, public records closed. I don't want to mess up the records. So apologize for that.
But that would be a different condition.
That would be condition number 7. So you'd be adding a condition. So if you move to approve it, then you would add that condition.
Okay.
Which I think gives some wiggle room, because if they can't find something that works,
Mhm.
then it just doesn't work.
Or if it doesn't work.
Correct.
So just make it.
Right. More questions.
Okay.
Not on that.
You have other
All right.
questions?
I mean, I think we'll get there when we talk about the paper streets, but
Okay,
I'm good
we're
on
not
this.
there. Okay. All right. Tim, did you want to make a motion adding that 7th condition?
Figure this one out.
Exactly. All right, I'll make a motion.
Wait a minute, I also
Oh.
think that this is one that I'd prefer to see trash cans over dumpsters.
Okay, so that would be
So
number 8.
rather than,
That would be 8.
Okay,
Yes.
number
Yeah.
8, trash cans.
and my thinking there is, it's just. I mean, a dumpster, like you said, it could be a mosquito breeding ground. I'd rather just each can kind of,
Yeah,
each unit be responsible for their own cans.
right.
It might also deter some trash coming over from the Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Rick's landscape architect has asked in the chat if he can say
Something, but I guess the answer is
I
no,
guess we
right?
better
Okay,
not.
we're done.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Eric.
That's over.
Okay,
I'll meet tomorrow, Eric.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, so we have
Alright, so-
conditions 7 and 8.
Right.
7 is about the poorest thing.
Yeah.
Good. All right, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the site plan for White Bucks LLC for the carriage houses at K-Pendleton. Do I need to say the tax map?
We've got it.
You've got that, okay. The motion includes a total of 8 conditions, 6 of which are already part of the record. And number 7 would be,
The trash cans.
The-
Just make that.
oh, okay. No,
Trash cans rather than dumpster.
No, I was going to say, that's the poorest material.
Work with the city engineer to determine the best potential use of permanent material to be approved by the city engineer.
Right.
And probably include in there the conservation district, because ultimately they approve the stormwater.
Right.
Right.
And SCD.
That's what we.
So
did, yeah.
that's number 7. And number 8 is going to be the use of trash cans, city recycling and trash cans, and no dumpster on this site.
Well, the commercial use will need something.
Well, the commercial uses,
Is the parking,
I know. but-
yeah.
yeah,
But
still need something there.
Yeah.
yeah,
That'll still have to be contracted.
well, I bet there's a workaround there.
My guess is that the trash enclosure for the commercial portion could be potentially reduced to be more of a residential style,
I think that
Trash.
sounds very attractive
that
and
they
less
would work
impactful.
with the commercial trash contractor to
Yes,
make that, and then
Commercial
they would have
I'd
to
pick that.
provide that information and that construction detail as part of their site plan approval. So that might
Right.
be number 9.
Oh, we're up to 9 now. We're growing it. Huh?
So you have to.
Or amend number 8 to include that.
Okay, let's just amend number 8.
Okay.
Did you
Okay.
capture that enough to the, you got it?
Yeah.
You have it?
Okay.
All right, so that's my motion,
Okay.
and I'm gonna stick to it.
Is there any other discussion at the table here? Hearing none, all in favor,
Can we
we
do
need
it?
an individual vote.
And let me just say that there was
We have
a,
a
No.
second.
who seconded it?
I think,
I will.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you can rely upon your reasons that during the last vote, if you just want to.
Yeah.
Right, absolutely,
Okay.
it's the same.
Okay.
I'll vote yes for the reasons I stated in the previous vote.
Okay.
I do vote yes for the reasons I gave on the previous vote.
Carolyn?
Same, I vote yes for the same reasons.
And I will vote affirmative as well, yes.
And I will also vote affirmative for the reasons stated. I think this is an interesting use of the site, and it will provide some housing that is desired and described by the applicant as a need in the community. So the motion carries. Then.
Next time, wear your white bucks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick.
Take care, Rick.
Okay, moving on then to item H5 is presentation and possible action on ordinance 5-22, an ordinance to amend Article 4 use regulations, Article 7 historic preservation architectural review commission, and Article 16 definitions of Chapter 197 zoning of the municipal code of the city of Lewes, Delaware by amending section 197-45, 197-57, 197-106 relating to museums and museum exhibitions. Tongue twisted. All right, so this has been a conversation that we've had for some time. And we had a public hearing on this on March the 7th. At that public hearing, there were 2 different draft ordinances presented. One was a draft ordinance A, which would have allowed the placement of the net reel in its present location and made some changes to H Park, which would have taken exhibition spaces, exhibition items out of consideration by H Park. And then there was item B, which was another draft ordinance, which would have required the possibility that the museum, that the object, the net reel, was moved to a different location, yet to be determined. But it would also then do the same thing in removing exhibitions from consideration by H Park. Anne Marie, do you want to add anything else to that?
The one thing I would state is that there is, I guess, one additional provision, and let me try to open it. There's the language in, oh goodness, now I can't find it.
B.
Oh, here we go.
Which one?
Okay, so in C, starting on line 54, where it says that outdoor museum exhibitions that do not comply with subsections A and B may be authorized by H Park if the commission determines that the exhibition is in compliance with the criteria established in 197-59. So that language was specifically because I think it might have been Tim Slavin or Dan Griffith said, what if you had like a Rives Holt house or some historic building that you would put as part of a museum campus that does fit the rhythm and scale and would benefit by being closer, that you don't want to preclude the ability for that to be closer. So the idea is that if it fits that rhythm and scale, it could be closer than that setback. But that for a normal museum, outdoor museum exhibition, it would meet the setback and height requirements.
Okay, so we have two different versions of an ordinance here that one which would allow the net reel to remain where it is. The other one which would allow that, would cause the net reel to be moved to some location yet to be determined.
Mayor, can I just address one issue that did come up earlier today about the two versions of the ordinance? I guess when the agenda for this meeting was posted, option A was embedded in the agenda, option B was not. We got that corrected sometime yesterday, I think. But there's been a question about whether there's a legal deficiency for not being there. I don't think there is a legal deficiency for a few reasons. First, both the ordinance were available at the March 7th public hearing, and they were actually embedded in that agenda. That agenda remained available to the public. So both versions were available to the public if they had gotten to find them at that agenda. So they're out there in some shape or fashion and available. And importantly, sort of the public record has already closed for this agenda item. So there's no opportunity for the public to comment on either version of it tonight. So the only people who really needed to have all the versions of the ordinance are the decision makers, which are you, and you had them. And finally, this is one that sometimes people don't realize, but FOIA doesn't require that the public body embed all the documents into the agenda prior to the meeting. So the city's been very, very good about getting documents out to the public in a transparent way, but it's more of a courtesy and less of a legal requirement. So I don't think there's any problem with the fact that it wasn't on this agenda up until about a day and a half ago.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
Can I just clarify? The title on the agenda is the same. So
Right.
the agenda, it was on the agenda, just not, the attachment was not attached to the agenda.
Correct. Thanks.
All right. Discussion at the table. Anyone care to comment?
I think we've gone through this enough to the extent that I think I know for myself, I have, even before I give my vote, I have had more emails, personal contacts with people. I have more than had enough information on this. And the fact that I was in the museum business for 20 years, I think I have some idea of what we're talking about. So I'm more than ready to vote at this point.
Yeah, I'm prepared to vote as well. And I think it's been an unfortunate incident, frankly, that what's happened, and it's divided the town in many ways. And I think some have proposed that mayor and city council should stay out of this, should let H Park and LHS battle it out, things like that. But I mean, sometimes I think this is a proper role for a city government when we have a lot of emotion, a lot of tension on a specific issue. And I think sometimes, someone on H Park will claim that we're usurping their authority potentially and others. But what I think was important here is that we need to make a decision, and we're all accountable for that decision, but we need to do it. We need to move on because this has been going on too long, a lot of recriminations. And I think I think Lewes is better than that from what I remember as a kid and what I remember as now is this is a collegial town, and I don't begrudge anyone from expressing their points of view and even doing it in a very passionate, sometimes more than passionate way. But I think we need to vote this evening, and we need to explain our reasons, and we need to move on.
I'll comment. I think that what's lost in this is how we got here and who's been dragged through the mud in this thing. That plaque over there says that was placed in 2007. So this just became some symbol in the last year or two when it's been recognized by the state for what it's been for 15 years ago. It was moved to that campus illegally. It was moved illegally there. And we are led to, under oath, it's been suggested that there were agents of the city that assisted or recommended that it be moved illegally. So now we are expected as a legislative body to basically fix the mistakes that were made by a prior council, by a society that's meant to respect our commissions and committees. This is really troubling how this got here. And I'm not sure that we're doing the right thing by basically giving a carve out and a grandfathering. I'm just not certain. I do respect the fact that this seems to be the will of the people. But we do have these committees and commissions that we put in specific roles that, frankly, so that I'm not in this position. We have set up the H Park because they frankly study this stuff more. They are going by standards that I have to be brought up to speed now on because I'm relying on them to do that for me. We have a board of adjustment. We have a process that was followed, and now we're asked to sort of fix it for everyone. And so I'll leave my comments at that for now.
Okay, thank you. Jim, did you have any comments?
Yes, I do. And I'm going to piggyback on what Andrew has just spoken to. Please indulge me. A couple of years ago, when I first before I became a council person, but I became more aware of H Park and its position and what it does for the city. I was highly critical of H Park, and I could not understand what value they brought to the city. I also did not understand how they had the independence, the autonomy that they enjoy based upon our charter, based upon our code. That was then. During the past year, I've learned a lot, and I've come to understand and appreciate the difference or the special status, if you will, that H Park enjoys. I like the idea. I've come to appreciate the fact that they are not part of the political process that I am as a council person. And that's very, very important, I think. We need to have a body that studies the history of these buildings, the importance of them, and work with property owners to make sure that the buildings are restored correctly, respectfully. And what would be accomplished here, I believe, is undermining the good service and purpose of that committee, of that commission. And I'm not comfortable doing that.
I will just comment that I think it's regrettable that that the city was not brought into the discussion at the outset when the consideration was given to moving the net reel. And I think the decision to do that independently without discussion has resulted in a great deal of turmoil, which I am very regretful of. And it's fractionalized people and brought up a lot of raw emotion about misunderstanding of the significance of the net reel. I think the net reel sat on down on the canal for many, many years, as Andrew has noted, being unnoticed in many ways. And I think it's great that we have become very acutely aware of the net reel and the significance of what it represents. However, that does not negate the possibility, the idea that city ordinances should have been respected in the process. And I think that the action that either of these actions tonight offer some alternative here. And I do think, as Khalil mentioned, it's important that we move beyond this and find a way to path forward. The option, the two options do offer different solutions. This is not to be disrespectful of H Park, but it does break out a difference between exhibitions and buildings or structures, which I think we heard from both History and Cultural Affairs and the former state archivist have different standards that perhaps need to be considered differently as we go forward. So I think there's an opportunity here for us to move forward in a positive way, recognizing that there is a solution that can work for hopefully everyone. So with that, I would ask, is there a motion as to how council would like to proceed? We need a motion first. We have a motion and a second.
I think we need to make a motion on either A or B. Is that where you're
Yes.
coming from? Okay. Then I will make a motion that we adopt.
Just to be clear, an option is to do
There's an
nothing.
option.
is to
You
do
can do
nothing.
something else.
Yeah, we
got
can do
criticized
anything.
because there's only two options before. So to be
No, there's
clear, an
more
option
than
is to do nothing.
option on
Right.
these two are before us.
And others.
But if we want to do something different, we could do that. Thanks, Glenn.
Okay.
There's always an option to amend.
Something we
versions as
have.
well, if
Right.
there's something you want
All
to see
right.
different in it.
Go ahead, Cliff.
I'll make a motion. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
So that is, so building upon what Anne Marie has just suggested is that it would be an opportunity for us to strike particular sentences as well, or correct?
Portions of it, yeah.
Yeah, portions
There
of,
could be,
yeah.
yes.
right. Right.
So who's talking?
Someone want to tackle this?
No. Cleo was.
Go ahead, Khalil, please.
Oh, I thought you were going to.
No, I'm thinking, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right.
I'll make a motion that we, to approve option B.
Can you show us what B is, please?
Yep. Can you pull it up on the screen?
Sure. You have it down. Okay, wanted to make sure.
Yeah, he needs to go
And
to.
just for clarity, that is the version that would remove the language that allows anything before February 1st, 2022 to be considered compliant. It would
Delete that.
delete that language.
Correct. The rest of the language stays the same,
Yes.
correct? Right.
You're looking at A.
I understand that. Right.
This is also the option that has the 20-foot
Yes.
height.
Right.
20 foot and the setback is
There's
half
10
the height.
Half the height, right?
Right.
So where the net reel currently is, if this was approved, it would be moved back.
It would have to be moved back
Right.
Or move.
or
Or
to
move
another
to
site.
Or to some other,
Right.
But-
Or
Correct.
But
apply,
that's,
or apply to H Park to be able to stay where it is.
Well, true.
Yeah.
Correct.
wait, I'm sorry, say that again.
So this process allows for, if you're not compliant with
You could apply for
the
it.
setback requirements, you can apply to H Park to be approved at the, so the LHS could apply to H Park to be approved at the location that it currently, that the
Right.
wheel currently exists.
But, okay, but H Park doesn't have the authority to move that itself.
Well, what
No.
this, the way this reads, that if they do not comply with the height or the setback,
Right.
they could apply to H Park. And
For a waiver.
Oh, that's
if
different.
it, right, but in that case, H Park would have to determine that it complies with the standards, which in their prior review of it, they determined that it did not comply with the standards.
Okay, but
So-
only under those circumstances.
Right. Exactly. Right.
I understand.
So option B essentially just for option B essentially preserves a lot of the authority that H Park feels like they're losing in some respects.
Preserve some, yes.
Yeah, preserve some, but it also, in all intents and purposes, keeps the net reel where it is
On the campus.
on the campus,
It would
It could.
allow the net rail to stay on the
On
campus.
the
Right.
campus.
right?
Right.
Based on what LHS would want.
Right,
They'd have to probably move back 10 feet, right?
right. It would have to,
Right.
and we would have to get measurements on it, right? So they would have to provide us measurements, the height and they'd have to survey to make sure that they'd have to provide a survey that demonstrates that it meets.
So, okay, so let me just add, again, I want to make a motion to approve option B because I don't believe it's a perfect solution, but I think it's the best solution considering what has happened. It's inelegant in some ways, but both parties here, if we do nothing, both parties here will continue in the lawsuit that LHS has filed against H Park. And this provides, from what I've been saying, a win for everybody.
Is there a second to that motion?
Oh, I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion at the table?
This is a zoning change, so.
Yeah, so we have to get.
Yeah, I am going to ask a question, or I'm going to make a statement. I am really concerned about the idea that we are creating a new category, if you will, and that is this business of a museum and describing and including the land on which the buildings sit as something that is, part of their campus, I believe is the language that's used here. And I think what we need to really remain focused on is that H Park has a purpose here, and that LHS has a responsibility to comply with our city code. And I really don't understand the need for us to make an accommodation at this point in time. As I understand the significance of a peace offering, but I do not understand why we would create this special exception. We have a body in the city that did not follow the process, did not follow our code. And frankly, I think they need to comply with our existing code without damaging the very commissions that we are dependent upon for us to be in our capacity, to serve in our capacity.
Do you want to respond to, I think the Board of Adjustment experience is what kind of, I think, generated this ordinance.
That is correct.
Yeah, when we went through that process, there was a lot of testimony on both sides. And I think that one of the things that was raised by LHS that kind of resonated, I think, with the city manager and with me as well, is that the standards that are set up for H Park envisioned buildings, not so much museum type artifacts and those sorts of things. So we had the sense that perhaps the standards that are set out in the city code don't appropriately provide tools for H Park to address these sorts of structures. And that's what this ordinance is.
And that was underscored by the testimony of the existing and former Director of Historical and Cultural Affairs, who are responsible for both museums and historic preservation in the state.
Right.
To have the past two, and that's 32 years of experience in that position, to have those two professionals with that depth of experience speak to, and I think Glenn summed it up very well, that they spoke to what the code should be, not what the code was. And that what was before the Board of Adjustment is what the code was. And that, I watched it again last weekend. So.
But it's also true, is it not, that those two gentlemen, are they still employed or are they retired?
Tim Slavin is. He is the current Director of Historical and Cultural.
Right. And I certainly would have respect for their education and what they've done as civil servants. But they also have an interest in what takes place at the museum at the corner of Kings Highway and Savannah Road. And they're certainly trying to make sure that they're protecting what their interests are there, correct? I mean, isn't that a fair thing? I mean, they're not necessarily without prejudice at this, about this issue.
That's a pretty harsh accusation.
I
can't prove that. I'm just saying that I don't know what their vision is. I don't know what their plans are for that. It's the state museum at that corner.
I don't know if we could have found two more well-qualified people to opine and help us on this. I mean, if it's not them.
And Dan Griffith provided
referred us to locations that have ordinances. So he actually left that Board of Adjustment meeting and went back because one of the questions he was asked was about regulating museums. And he stated that he felt that it was appropriate to have reasonable standards. So,
All right. Any further discussion at the table? Okay. Hearing none, I think this also then would require an individual vote. Leo, you want to go first?
Sure, I'll vote yes. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I think this is the best solution to a sad episode. And I'm hopeful that, both sides here will find some positive in this, and that most importantly, we will continue to recognize African-American history in this town through the net reel and through other ways. And H Park will have, input as we move forward. But I have to say, if we do nothing right now, the lawsuit that LHS has filed, has been stayed. Essentially, that's going to move forward. And this town, we're going to be dealing with more and more strife and more issues, which we have no control of, by the way, because that will be now in the court setting. Here, as a legislative body and as elected leaders in this town, I do think we have a responsibility to step in where we feel it's in the best interest of the town, not just in short term, but our long-term interests.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
As I said, I'm conflicted because I did run on the platform that I want to be a representative of the people. And very clearly, I think the majority of the people want this to stay on that campus, if not exactly where it is in close proximity. However, again, it was moved there illegally. And so I'm going to abstain because I do appreciate that while it may be illegal and I don't feel comfortable with it, I'm getting the overriding sense this is what the community wants, and I don't want to be an impediment to that. And as Khalil said, to create any additional undue strife that's already come from this. So I'll abstain from voting.
All right, Carolyn?
I'm the ex officio of H Park, and it's been extremely difficult for me. I sat there and I listened to a meeting that I never thought in my whole life I would have to listen to. I know how hard it is for everyone here, but I'm here to tell you that we cannot continue the way that we're going because it doesn't work. It is our responsibility. You put us in this position for the health, safety, and welfare of this city, and that's exactly what we're going to do. I vote for B, and I sincerely hope that we can move on from this.
That was a yes. I am going to vote no, and for the reasons that I've already stated this evening.
Thank you. And I will vote in favor of B. However, I would caution that I think that it is most unfortunate that we find ourselves in the situation that this was, as Andrew noted, moved illegally. I do think that it is the on the grounds is a very good possibility. And I understand that there was an overwhelming majority of people who liked it where it was. I don't think what I know from past experience in dealing with this, and I've dealt with it for a long time, that there was no willingness to consider an alternative location on the grounds at the time that it was moved there, that this was where it was going to be. And I think that had we been able to have a meaningful discussion about a possible other location on the grounds that this net reel could have remained probably in very close proximity where it's sitting. And so I know that I value H Park. I was the original member of a city council member who was appointed to H Park. And actually I served on H Park before I was elected to serve as city council. I value what they do and what they bring to the table. I personally have been involved in the restoring of many properties here in this town. And I think it is appropriate that they are done in conjunction with the city laws that apply at the time. And so I think that we can find a solution with perhaps just a modicum of change of the location. And I think there would be, I hope that there will be community support. And one of the things that we've heard is the cost of relocating was what was a driving factor. I do think that the net rail is important enough that it will not be impossible to find resources to do a relocation of this on the grounds. And I would certainly support our efforts to do so. So I too will vote yes. So the motion carries. Moving on then to item H6 is presentation of possible action on a recommendation from the Lewes Planning Commission regarding a minor subdivision of lands of Thomas located at Bay Avenue and Oregon Avenue, Zone R3, Sussex County Tax Map 335-4.15, 24.00 MS2-21. This has been before this committee before. The Thomases I have requested that we consider this again. Glenn, do you want to comment at all on this?
Mayor, so there's a letter came in from John Sergovic, who's representing the owner, that requested reconsideration of the several conditions that were imposed upon the approval of the minor subdivision. Mr. Sergovic was here this evening, had to leave, but there is representation here. If you want to hear from them, they're available to speak.
We could hear from them?
Yeah.
Sure. You may have to move it up, sir. You're a little taller.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of council. My name is Sean Tucker. I'm here as legal counsel for Doctors William and Michelle Thomas, who, as you mentioned, reside at 109 Oregon. As Mr. Mandalis indicated, Mr. Sergovic was going to present this evening, but had an emergency. I think he's fine, but we decided to move forward rather than postponing. So thank you for your time this evening and your willingness to reconsider this prior approval. I think John did a very nice job in his December 8th letter to the mayor and council, where he outlined the two issues and the two conditions. One had to do with the condition that access be limited for the two-lot subdivision, and the reasons why. He specifically cited DelDOT's manual, which your code is deferential to, which is DelDOT 7.2.3.2, which states that the road with the higher traffic level or volume of traffic should be avoided, and the road with the lower traffic volume should be preferred for access. And since that time, as Mr. Mandalis pointed out, we provided you a letter that was prepared by Jeff Bross, who is an engineer with the firm Verdantis, formerly known as Duffield. And Mr. Bross, who's here this evening, if anyone might have some questions for him, analyzed DelDOT's trip generation manual and how average daily trips are calculated. And based on the manual, provided an opinion to all of you this evening to consider, which indicated that Bay Road clearly would have the higher average daily trip generation versus Oregon, and therefore Oregon would be the preferred access from a safety standpoint. And that was consistent with the manual as well as your code that is deferential to that manual. So we would respectfully ask that you consider that and consider waiving or removing that one condition in regard to access on Bay Road, and that it be mandatory. Instead, what we're seeking is the one access on Oregon and the one access on Bay. We understand there may be some concern about the alleyway that exists there that's undeveloped, and we understand that you all may want to avoid that, and we would certainly understand that as well, given its historic use as really, grass and plantings.
space.
And open space. That's well said, Mayor. Open space is really the way it functions. Secondly, in John's letter, he made a case seeking that there be some reconsideration of removing the berming that's fronts along fronts along Bay. And just a couple of points I want to make on that, and I'll open up for questions if there are any, certainly from me or Mr. Brawls or my client. But a couple of points we just wanted to make, because the berming is important to my clients. First of all, it predated their purchase of the property. So when they bought the property, it was there. They've done, I think, a fine job of maintaining it. But also you see this type of berming throughout Bay. And some of the things we think are just important, and we'd ask you to reconsider, are that it does provide some level of erosion protection, certainly in events where water would come up from the bay. It does have a natural traffic calming effect. I'm sure all of you have driven on that road, and many of the homes along Bay have similar types of features, and it really condenses the road down and gives you, a real, it's probably not a word, but a beachy feel along the water as you drive. And it's quite pleasant, and it's very traffic calming. And I would submit that has some safety benefits that are worth weighing carefully. Aesthetically, it's also, I would argue, pleasing. And so we just ask you to also weigh those things for that second request to remove that second condition that's set forth in John's letter.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Council, we've considered this before. We had an action that was taken back in December. What is your pleasure in reference to Mr. Tucker's request here on behalf of the land administrators, Dr. and Dr. Thomas?
Now, do you ever note why the planning commission asked for the berm to be removed? Did they give a reason?
So it's an encroachment into the city's right of way that was part of.
So it's not a say, it's just simply our opportunity to recapture the encroachment.
Correct.
Yeah. When those berms were put in, there was a requirement, there was 2 feet of open space, and then with a license, a berm could be put in that would, because on each side of the paved roadway, there was 4 feet. And it allowed that the license allowed for 2 feet to be encroached upon by a retaining wall or some berm.
And we do have a license, is that correct?
That is correct.
That's on file, and that's for the wall, or does that include the berm?
It's the retaining wall.
It is the retaining wall.
It's a berm or retaining wall.
Yeah.
It's all
Okay,
the same.
it's all the same, correct?
Yes.
So,
Right.
all right, just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. All right.
You tend to modify it? I mean,
Certainly a fair question, Councilman.
I intend to maintain.
If you could come up.
Yes, if you would identify yourself, sir. We just need to get it for the record.
Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
My name is William Thomas. I'm a physician here in Lewes, Delaware. I've been here for 25 years. My wife and I purchased 109. We intend to retire there and move out of our house in Wolf Point. When we bought 109, we loved the cottage feel of the place. We were really excited about living there. The neighborhood is very friendly. And we wanted to maintain the cottage, right? I didn't want to destroy that cottage. So my idea was to split the lots, move the cottage over and retain it and maintain it in its current historical value for family members. The berm, serves a purpose. We've been maintaining that berm. We have it mulched and taken care of. All the original plantings are still intact. I've hired landscaping architects to keep those beach plums healthy and maintain that property. So that's my intent, to do as little, interference as possible with that piece of property. I want to keep the cottage. I want to keep it intact, keep its historical value, and remove as little bit of the berm as possible. We will have to enter the cottage from Bay, right, instead of from the alley, because I think in retrospect, that was probably a bad idea, to try to access that alley. But so the alley, the paper alley will remain as is. It has plantings on it as well. So those are our plans. We're not developers. We're just homeowners.
It's helpful. I think frankly, that's one of the things that the planning commission struggled with as well, was they didn't understand, I think, the vision of how you intended to use the property. So they were ended up sort of trying to do what's best for the surrounding neighbors and without understanding what your vision for the property was. And I remember them asking for, site plan, what is the intention, what is it to look like? So it's helpful to understand how you intend to use the property.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas.
You're welcome. Thank you. Other comments from the table?
It seems to me, if I remember correctly, and I apologize for not going back through and refreshing my memory on what we approved at the time. But it seems to me that we addressed the scale of the existing driveway that is on on Oregon. I apologize, on Oregon. And one of our requirements was that the driveway be removed, all that material be removed. Do I understand that condition, you're not asking for that to be changed here at all, correct?
We're seeking to maintain one access on Oregon, and today
Correct.
there are two.
Correct.
And one of those is pretty significant.
It's
almost
huge.
a double.
Yeah,
And then the second access would be on Bay.
I understand that part,
Yes.
but the removal of all that paved material would be removed, correct?
We would be down to one driveway
Correct.
on Oregon.
Just one driveway,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
Right. And the reason there is a little confusion in my mind here is that in the letter, page 2 of the letter, it references driveways on Oregon Avenue. And I wanted to make sure that you weren't planning to traverse the corner lot to get to, with an additional driveway, but you're not planning on that.
We're
correct?
not, Councilman, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to clarify that.
Right.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment? Is there a motion?
I'll
Yes,
make a
Dennis.
motion.
Sure.
Oh, Dennis, go ahead.
Dennis,
buddy.
you want to come up and make a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah,
Councilman.
thank
You're
you.
welcome.
We're just gonna set you up a cot.
Hey,
You always sit in the back of the
I'm a
room.
short guy. What are you gonna do? I always sit in the back, it just
Okay,
goes back
go
to
ahead.
church days. Dennis Reardon, 1302 Bay Avenue, and I live adjacent to, across the street from Dr. Thomas's. And I would like to say that I'm totally in support of what they're asking for. It's very reasonable to enter off of Oregon Avenue, much more difficult off of Bay Avenue. So I would encourage you to please consider their request.
Okay.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Just because Dennis said so, I'll make a motion. Yeah, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to, I guess, reapprove the minor subdivision of the lands of Thomas's, amending to allow for a single driveway with by code dimensions off of Oregon. So don't try to be putting a 30-foot driveway over there. And then a single point access off of Bay, not to come off of the alley that's between how would
New
you best
Jersey.
describe
New
that?
Jersey.
Between New Jersey and
and
Oregon,
Yeah,
isn't it?
the alley between New Jersey and Oregon. Given the use case for the berm, I also am okay if they want to maintain the berm under the current license, so long as, I don't even know that we're collecting that fee. I mean, it's $10, so it's useless. So we'll give them that too.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
And then can I ask, one of the
Can I-
approval, one of the approval conditions was plantings along
Right.
Oregon.
Mhm.
And
Right.
is that maintained, or is that, I mean, you didn't change that here, but is that maintained except for the driveway area, or is that no longer a condition?
Honestly, this kind of changes a bit because if you put a buffer there that then people are backing out of a driveway, then are you creating yet another safety issue?
And you're
there?
also eliminating parking.
Right, and that's what we were trying to
Yeah.
accomplish by, the right of way there is 50, I believe it's 50 feet wide, but the
Right.
street is asymmetrical in that right of way. And what we were trying to do is, if you will, grow the public parking along that Oregon Avenue side of that property.
I think we
And
would-
there's plenty of room to there was plenty of room to accommodate the vegetation as well as the parking there. The one,
Well, I was just gonna say, I think that we could maybe condition it, if a buffer is created, they use native species.
yeah, well, I think that was part of what Jim was.
It says natives, but rather than require a buffer,
It would be if
why don't we simply
Oh.
say,
eliminate the requirement.
if a buffer is created, they are to use native species.
Is that going to accomplish what we want to accomplish here as far as vegetation?
It doesn't seem to be something that they had an issue with. They're trying to keep it. If you want to keep it, I'm just not sure. whether
Yeah,
it's
I
safe given
understand.
the driveway, but.
May I ask a question? You have a motion, right? That was a
We
motion?
need a second, yeah.
Yeah, so we got a second.
Khalil second, excuse me.
And
that's
you had
right.
a
Yeah,
second.
We're still
okay.
in discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have let me just ask you this. Do we want to, would you consider is there any importance or value in designating or determining where the driveway on Oregon would actually be located?
Janelle, I don't know if she can.
So in other words, we know that we had to be so many feet from the corner. We know that. But is there advantage for us to have the driveway towards the center of the block on Oregon rather than
Or Dr.
closer to the
Are they
stop
able to
sign?
identify which driveway you're intending to use?
Are you keeping the one that's closest?
He's gonna just take it all up.
Yeah, it depends on the position of the house. Right.
Is going to impact where the driveway is placed.
Correct.
And
Of
I don't
course.
think they don't, my understanding is they don't have a house designed for that lot. They're taking the existing house and moving it to the other
To
lot
other-
that has
Right.
off the alley. So I don't believe there's a house that's been designed for
Yeah, I do.
they in Oregon to determine where a
Yeah,
driveway
you're
is
okay.
placed.
Actually, yeah, so the original, the plan is to move the old house to the interior lot.
Mhm.
And I do have house plans for the corner lot.
Okay.
Hmm.
City may have not seen them yet.
No,
And so is
I
the,
haven't been able to submit them because
sure.
since July, I've been waiting for this.
So in your house plans that you have for the corner lot,
Yeah,
would the driveway be in the middle of Oregon?
no, it's
You're
closer,
on-
it's closer to Cedar than it is to.
Okay, so it's
Right.
closer
Thank
to
you.
Cedar.
Right.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
think
Oh,
that
that way,
addresses
that
the
way.
concern
I
that was
see.
being discussed here.
And Mayor, just one other clarification for the record, the house is proposed to have a two-car garage.
Yeah.
So we would still eliminate
Right.
one of the two driveways in Oregon, but it would be a two-car garage.
I got it. Okay.
And there would only be enough macadam or whatever substance that you would approve, something
Okay.
impervious
Thank
that,
you.
and the rest of the asphalt will be gone.
Great.
Right.
Because
Thank you,
it's
Don.
not
That's fine.
too much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much for letting me ask.
Yeah, I
that
didn't know.
question.
but yeah,
Okay,
I
so
see
it
what you're
looks-
trying to say.
Yeah,
So
Okay.
it looks as though the driveway is going to be,
Closer to
further-
Cedar.
Closer to Cedar.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay. Any further questions?
no, I'm
Okay.
good.
All right. The motion.
It's just a vegetation issue, is that
Hmm?
clarified? The vegetation,
I mean,
vegetative
if
buffer, is that
I think the
clarified?
question, what he's proposing, if they maintain it,
Okay.
Yeah, it's an if, not a shall.
not a shall.
And is that, whoever made the second, is that
That was
acceptable? Acceptable, okay.
Fine.
Okay, do we have a motion and a second? All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Any
Do
opposed?
we make a roll call?
There's been so much discussion, I think we're okay.
I think-
And then, Unless for your record, you want to have a roll call, but I don't feel the need for.
Okay, I think in the interest of respect for a couple people here to make presentations, we're going to modify this agenda. We're running very long this evening. So there are two items here that I'd like to move up. I'd like to move up I1, which is the presentation and possible action.
Excuse me?
From Murr Institute. And then I would also like to move up item I9, I8, which has to do with our noise ordinance. We have got two people who've been waiting very patiently since early this evening. Suzanne Thurman, I know you've been waiting for almost 2.5 hours, and Jackie, you've been waiting the same length of time. We'll get to both of you. And then the other items, I think we can come back to. Suzanne. So Julian, if you could pull up the Murr presentation.
This is I1, right?
I1 is a presentation of possible action on a request from Murr Institute for the feasibility study for the Green Hill Light site. I think everyone is aware that Murr has been performing beautifully and taking care of our mammals who are sea mammals who might get injured or be stranded for many, many years. And Suzanne is championing that for a long time, since its creation. And she has been diligently trying to create a bigger center, a much more friendly center, and a much better opportunity to provide education, not only for university students, but for anyone, including school children who may want to come and learn more about sea mammals. So this is an idea that she's come up with after looking at other sites that didn't quite work out. And so this is ironically a parcel of ground that is uplands located in the center or just off of the center of a 925 acre parcel of marshland that is all wetlands, and this is uplands that's surrounded by it. So Suzanne, tell us about it, what you're thinking.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. I know this is a long evening for you, so, and shall I let you know when to advance the slide? So if you could go ahead and advance, please. I just want to make sure that for anybody who is not familiar with our organization, and clearly I don't think you can read the small print below, but our mission is to provide response for stranded marine mammals and sea turtles, whether they're injured, ill, or deceased. And we provide veterinary care for those that are living, and then we conduct and participate in research on those that have died. And a huge prong of our mission, and if you will, please go to the next slide, is education. So we've been providing our services in Delaware for 22 years. Keep going, please. Go ahead. Keep going. Okay. So during pre-COVID times, we provide programs to approximately 10,000 participants each and every year, and these are through education and outreach efforts. We converted our programs to be virtual so that we could still provide that essential service that we think is so critical to actual conservation. Keep going, please. So I'm happy to say that we have huge community and statewide support for the work that we do. We have 500 volunteers, many of which are based in Lewes, some of which are here tonight. We lost a few because it was getting past their bedtime. And then over 1,000 members. And keep going, please. And we also, back one. Or I can just talk about it. So we also participate in conservation initiatives, and we work with our local municipalities, other environmental organizations, our state legislators, and our DC delegation to create meaningful legislation and actions that contribute to conservation of oceans and ocean life. Okay, next slide, please. So our goal has been for many years to create an education center where students can come, where members of the public can come and visit. And we had progressed quite a bit towards that goal during the past 6 years. And in fact, it was fully approved unanimously. And unfortunately, the site ended up not being available to us any longer. So we are now looking for another site. This happens to be the conceptual design that was created from that previous endeavor. Next slide, please. And so, this is really tiny print, but so the facility would be dedicated to ocean exploration, science, conservation, and stewardship. And if you can just keep going and bring them all up, and that will be fine. So we want this to be an immersive experience for visitors, something where they will be able to delve into the fascinating wonders of the undersea world. We'll do this with dynamic interactive exhibits and through virtual reality experiences using viewers so that they can actually feel like they're underwater as they're exploring and learning. We want to create outdoor classroom spaces, virtual classroom spaces, oceanography camps, and we'll provide scholarships and transportation for children in underserved communities and remote areas. And we also have plans to make the center fully compliable with ADA standards, and that includes not just access into the building, but accessibility for visually or hearing challenged people or impaired people to still be able to come there and appreciate this experience. And we see this as being a resource for the entire community where we can provide lecturers, bringing in colleagues such as those at the Smithsonian Institution and others to enrich the information and the learning opportunities that will exist by way of this facility. We're very proud of our current mentoring of young people going into the fields through our internships, and this center will allow us to grow that immensely as we train people to go out into the world of the marine sciences and the very unique experience that they get with us, because we are the only organization in the state of Delaware that can afford them the ability to work with these species. And they take that with them, and it has landed many a job, I'm happy to say, because it is so unique. So you can keep going, please. So just a few of the other amenities. We plan to increase our capacity for our animal care program to improve the standards and our capabilities in that regard, and to have a terrapin sanctuary for overflow. Although we don't take care of terrapins, they're a very popular species. The rehabilitators in the area are very overwhelmed by the number of animals that they get, and we try to help them as we can. And we see this as being a great exhibit for a local species when they have overflow issues. All right, next slide, please. So the way that we designed this originally and continue to have our eye on a green building design and infrastructure. So as our site has changed, of course, the building and conceptual design will change. And we want it to have a sense of place so that it blends in with its surrounding environment rather than just being plopped upon it. And the whole design, the building materials, and our infrastructure selections will all be environmentally responsible systems that will not only provide us with a means of conducting our work in the building, but will also serve as examples for members of the public who come to view these systems. They, in and of themselves, will become teaching models so that consumers can learn more about incorporating these into their own lives. And it will also serve as a training opportunity for people going into these technologies so they can actually get experience on working models of, for example, different means of wastewater treatment and energy supplies. Next slide, please. And we plan for all of our services, and you can click one more, please. All of our surfaces to be pervious surfaces. So we're quite fond of this honeycomb grid system that is employed, for example, Chincoteague National Wildlife Refuge has used this very well, and it can accommodate heavy vehicles such as school buses and such as a fire truck if the need ever arose. Next slide, please. Different means of managing stormwater, rainwater. Next slide, please. And here's the site. And I don't have a laser pointer. I don't know if there's one available.
I'll point
Okay, oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Excellent. So, all right. Okay, good. So do you see the Green Hill light is the property in question? Yes, thank you. And in the very center of that is an elevation that goes between 6 and 5 feet. There are some remains on that site from the previous lightkeeper's house. So that is the high ground. We would still have to elevate the building approximately 5 more feet to get it to the required specifications for flood zone. And then the access, if you feel like doing a little more. So just to show, to go out to Pilot Town Road, there is an existing road, although it's not a paved road, that comes all the way into the system. And if you could click again, please. It has a great turnaround area at the end of that road. Now, it's currently, it's sort of a dirt road, but it is elevated, so it does have potential. We measured it, and because of the vegetation and the ground is very solid there, it was at least 17 feet wide in different locations. That comes back to the primary part of the property. And then if you'd like to, just one more time, and I don't know, oops, sorry.
Go back. You go.
I don't know if you can see it. I can see it, but there's sort of a footpath that goes from that dirt road. And if you can't find it, it's okay.
This way.
And that goes back into the property.
This one?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, I
Okay.
think so. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for doing that. All right, next slide, please. And so, and just a little background information on the Green Hill Light property. So it did formerly serve as the base for the rear range light. And at about, I believe it was 1918, that was no longer creating a navigable light system, and the light was decommissioned. And so since that time, it's really become an abandoned property. Next slide, please. And somewhat in ruins. And so this is basically the foundation of the lightkeeper's house. And at one time, there was a wooden structure and a roof. And next click, please. That has completely caved into the building. So it's really in ruins. Some of the stone work is starting to deteriorate as well. Next slide. And the property, although it looks like a lush forest from the outside, it's actually much of it on that very most interior section are vines. So they look like leaves on the trees. Those are all vines. And we tested some of the trees. And next slide, please. And many of them are dead trees. So what we're seeing is foliage. Foliage is actually vines. Next slide, or next click, please. And many of those came from the ornamental plantings from the lightkeepers. So ivy, and again, please, vinca are overrunning the property and actually choking out much of the tree life. The periphery is still the healthy section. Next slide, please. It's also littered with trash. Keep going, please. And one more. Of all manner. Old computers, electronics, things we actually couldn't quite identify, and bottles and glass and cans, and it would be quite a cleanup effort. But this is just to sort of paint the picture of how the property looks now. So next slide, please. So very importantly, there are some historical remnants from the lighthouse. And on the right-hand side, you see the base of the lighthouse, and there are the areas where the supports were located around it. And then the little building to the left is the little brick building that housed the oil for the light. And so what we are hoping to do with this property, if we would be so fortunate as to create the center there, is not just to create the Ocean Education Center, but to make it a multi-use area, to bring back to life aspects of the lighthouse with interpretational signage and models and things of that sort, and to make it accessible for people who would find that of great interest. And next slide, please. And we also would like to create walkways and birding platforms and wildlife viewing platforms for people who would enjoy the beautiful vistas there and the wildlife that abounds. And these would be created in such a way that it would afford a prudent and responsible access to the marsh, as opposed to people traipsing all over it and tamping it down. And there are other organizations within the city that we've had a few conversations. It seems like this would be a very positive addition. And again, making this property accessible once again to residents and visitors alike. Next slide, please. And so the next step would be, if we were to get a nod that this is even possible based on what we bring back from the feasibility study, is that we need to conduct the feasibility study. And that will help us identify exactly what the infrastructure needs will be, identifying any sensitive areas, archaeological surveys, and determination of whether there are any artifacts on the property from Native peoples. And if so, could that be incorporated into the educational component of the overall project? And as I already said, looking at the historical remnants and how they can best be preserved and showcased going forward. And doing all of this, we certainly hope with community partnerships. We serve the whole state of Delaware, but we're based here in Lewes, and we feel a great amount of support from the community. And we want the community to feel that they're a part of this as we get into the planning and development phase. Next slide, please. And of course, that is our legacy for the future of our organization, for the future of generations in this community. And last slide, please. And that's just our website and one of our most recent. So do it for him.
Suzanne, thank you.
You're very welcome.
For being so patient. I know that there was a our Greenways and Trails group have been looking at this site for over 20 years. And I know I've spoken to a couple members of them, and they're very excited about the possibility that finally something might happen there other than the trash site that you just showed us. So I think who knows whether the feasibility study will turn up anything that it can be suitable or not. But I think it's an interesting way to look at this site of historical significance, and was identified 20 years ago as something that we should be working to preserve or working to do something with. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. And I know you spent a lot of time looking at that 20-year-old study and before you came forward with this idea. So any comments from the table?
We should just make a motion.
Well, I had a couple of questions.
Yeah,
So the feasibility study, will that include, you mentioned infrastructure?
Yes.
Will that include a traffic impact study as well?
Yes, it will.
Okay. And who will you bring in for the historical aspects? Do you know that yet?
I'm not sure who we're going to be bringing in. We're actually working with the architectural firm of Davis, Bowen and Friedel. They did our previous feasibility study and architectural plan. I think they're well known in the community, but we appreciate any suggestions.
I would
of who we
recommend a
should
gentleman
work with.
named Mike DiPaolo.
Certainly.
He lives here in this area and he knows quite a bit about that spot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think also the fact that our Greenways and Trail Committee has looked at it, some of the people who have been involved in that for many years and were involved in the study 20 years ago may be able to offer some insight.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
any other questions from you, Andrew? Cleo?
The traffic aspect was the question I was going to ask as well. But thank you.
Carolyn?
And thank you for your presentation.
Okay. Yeah. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we allow them to go forward with a feasibility study for this parcel under the conditions we just discussed.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Great. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Good luck.
Thank you
Mayor,
very much.
I just want to note that you do have a comment in the chat from Patty Drago and Rich Weissman asking the city to support MER and saying
Okay,
great
thank
things
you.
about you.
We just did.
Thank you.
So we'll look forward to hearing about your feasibility study.
All right,
Yeah.
I will
Great.
keep you all posted. Thank you
And
very
again,
much.
thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
Okay, so then let's move on then to I8, which is presentation of possible action on amendment to the noise ordinance regarding the outdoor amplification for businesses with the approval of the Office of Alcoholic Beverage Control Commissioner. And Jackie Mehta, who is the Alcohol and Beverage Control person, Commissioner, is actually here with us tonight. So Jackie, thank you very much for waiting. And we appreciate your.
Thank you for your patience.
You're taking time to be here. So this is an ordinance that would enable our businesses downtown, restaurants in particular, to have outdoor live entertainment and external speakers and amplification systems for restaurants that serve alcohol. And this would require prior notice to the surrounding property owners and they're having an opportunity to provide feedback. I would note that this was considered many years ago, about 10 years ago, and I think Janelle, you had a chance to go back and look at that. Did you find anything significant in the discussion that happened 10 years ago?
I have not done, I've done some information. I haven't done a complete deep dive.
But there were some concerns regarding just access to the second floor, the loss of the
Right.
residential.
Right, this is the noise ordinance.
Yeah,
You
this is
have her
not
looking
the-
at second story dining.
Dining.
Yeah.
That has a-
I
this
think there
has
was
a-
also a question about amplification of music that was not explored.
That was not part of that.
Not
Okay,
part of
all right,
that one that I
okay,
had.
All right, then, excuse me. Okay.
I would just point out that as far as I understand, any business that wants to allow this would have to go before the ABC.
Correct.
Well,
They would have to apply. They would have to notify their neighbors. Potentially, they have to have a public hearing before they could even
Right.
be allowed to do it.
Right.
May I clarify something possibly, and maybe Jackie, you could speak to this. The control that you provide, if you will, is applicable only to restaurants, bars, kinds of retail experience, right? And I believe you said, you suggested that it might be possible for like any business.
I think in this iteration, we're just talking.
It's just about
limiting it to
restaurants and
people that
bars.
Have a ABC license.
Correct. That's, I
That's
just
all
want to
this
make sure.
applies
That's the
to.
only thing that comes under, yeah, thank you. I have another question. Do you want to come up and, is that okay?
That's why she's.
Please come on up, Jackie.
Come on up.
We can't let you sit in the back like that.
You've been here that long. you might-
Yeah.
Can you,
Yeah.
let's say, can you move?
Yeah, I'll drink to that. My question is this, Jackie, as far as the notice piece of the control, how many feet from the business, I guess we could call it linear footage from the business, the restaurant, how far away from the business are property owners notified? Residential, and I guess even other commercial properties are notified of the request for this license, correct?
Yeah.
And is there so many feet from the business? What is that?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry.
No worries. First of all, good evening, everyone. For
Alright,
purposes of a
thanks.
record, to the extent that matters, I'm Jackie Mehta. I'm the Alcoholic Beverage Control Commissioner for the state of Delaware. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and good evening, members of the Lewes City Council, and thank you for indulging me. We do have very specific rules in Title IV of the Delaware Code that relate to this type of licensure for those who have a liquor license, if they want to have an outdoor patio, if they want to do live music, external speakers, et cetera. This is a process for that. So to your point, you asked, what are the requirements for that notice?
Correct.
Okay. So the statute provides that notice has to be provided 1,000 feet from any point on the property boundary line. So for purposes of a tax parcel, if there are multiple businesses that are located on a one tax parcel, it would include that entire tax parcel. And what our practice has typically been when we're working with an applicant is we recommend that they reach out to their county and they ask for that distance for address purposes, collecting the addresses.
Okay.
From 1,000 feet from that tax parcel. So we avoid that situation of somebody providing limited notice and not,
Not a comprehensive
understanding.
notice, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Not a comprehensive notice.
Exactly,
And Jack,
exactly.
can I interject you just to confirm, your commission handles this whole process? Like you would help the restaurateur organize this, make sure that they're adherent to that and whether there's a need for a public hearing, that's all managed. The city wouldn't have to sort of, I guess, ensure that they are doing that you would do that?
I'm not going to tell the city what it can and shouldn't do. You certainly can do whatever you want to do. I can certainly tell you what we do.
Okay.
And to the extent that you want to supplement that, that
Okay.
obviously is entirely up to the city council. Our process is again, it's all codified, and there is a very specific process when a restaurant, taproom, and tavern, anybody who wants a liquor license. That's important because somebody mentioned, does this apply for somebody who does not have a liquor license? We do not license every restaurant. We only license those restaurants that also have a liquor license. So just so that that's really clear.
And how about our microbrew that's coming?
Well,
Do you have purview over that?
anything that involves liquor,
That would
it's in my purview. Yeah, so it's,
Does that include
consider
beer?
liquor?
that includes, I'm sorry?
Does that include alcohol?
Alcohol, wine, spirits, anything that's an alcoholic beverage comes
Okay.
through our office. Yeah, so the bake shop that does not sell an alcoholic beverage. We do not license a bake shop that does not sell alcoholic beverages. That's the Division of Public Health does that for their food code purposes, right? So any entity that's selling an alcoholic beverage
You
for
had said,
purposes
yeah.
of consumption.
You had said liquor earlier, and I
did
always
too.
associate that with spirits.
Right.
Okay, I appreciate.
I'm just
that.
giving you a little hard
I
time.
recognize that, Councilman Lee, but I recognize that quite clearly at the moment.
I do too.
Yes, sir.
Can we have some spirits?
Thank you so much. I might need a spirit. But yes, coming back to this, Title IV, we regulate anything that involves alcoholic beverages, whether it is wine, spirits, or liquor. And so that process, when somebody files a new application, somebody has a patio, that process comes through our office, and we are checking that whole process from beginning to end. So with respect to the notice requirements, we do our own due diligence to assess that the notice appears to be as comprehensive as it's supposed to be. We also have a process that once that notice goes out, we're monitoring it for purposes of making sure that public comment is open for a full 30 days. Because once an application is out and once it's noticed to the public has 30 days in which to respond to that with any complaints, concerns, or what's called a protest. That notice, I should take a sidestep and mention, that notice has to be published in 2 newspapers of general circulation that would be available to any concerned citizen who might be interested in that property. So that goes through that notice process, 2 papers of general circulation, has to stay open for 30 days. In order to allow concerned citizens to read it, discuss it maybe, and consider whether they want to file a letter, what we call letter of protest with the OABCC. If we receive at least 10 protests, that will trigger a mandatory hearing. And that mandatory hearing allows myself an opportunity to, one, hear from the applicant who will explain their application. It also gives us an opportunity for those concerned citizens, if they want to testify, to explain their concerns. What I've seen in the past is often those hearings provide both sides an opportunity to hear one another and sometimes come to a mutually agreeable terms that then become part of that license.
Well, given what you just said, then it wouldn't make sense for us to run it as a pilot then. If in essence, you have this short period of time in which you would hear from people if it were something that was not acceptable.
I'm so sorry, Councilor.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Understand.
I said, then it makes me think that when I was thinking of this, I was thinking maybe we should run it as a pilot, maybe till the end of the year and then get some feedback. But what I hear you saying is that let's say in between that time, you get 10 or 5 phone calls or something, you're automatically going to check that out. So a pilot doesn't make a lot of sense.
That comes before the application's approved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's before the application.
Right.
Process if a
Ah,
neighbor complains about
that's
the
good.
noise, that the music is-
Okay.
You know, that you've issued this permit and now this business is out of control. Is there a way for you to come in and do a hearing then? Absolutely. There
She
is
has a
also-
sheriff badge.
There, oh, no, I have no badges. I should make that clear. No badges, no badges. I'm regulatory and adjudicatory, not enforcement. But yes, to answer that question, there is also a process in what I would call on the back end. If we have approved a license and we have approved a license that permits that restaurant to have live music or speakers, and there becomes a concern, citizens are able to request a hearing to address those concerns. It again requires 10 signatures, but they can certainly trigger another hearing process after that's been issued.
Jackie, the public hearing that you described, is that held locally or do you expect people to go to Dover or is it done virtually? How is that?
Yeah, so
done?
before COVID, the hearings were done in the county in which the applicant
see.
was filed. So for Sussex County, those hearings were heard often in Georgetown, at the Sussex County Administration Building that's there on the circle. Then COVID hit, we
Right.
all went virtual. And what we have learned in this process is that our virtual hearings actually allow people to participate more freely, because they're able to log on to the computer.
Right.
They're able to provide their testimony, and we have the ability to share documents, et cetera. So we've been doing those hearings virtually. And as a body of one, we're permitted to do that without an anchor location per FOIA. So that's how we have been conducting the business so far. And we've had a lot of terrific participation as a result, and people who've said they didn't have to drive to get
Right.
there. They didn't have to leave work early. They didn't have to pay for parking, which you have to do up in Newcastle County. So that's how that's been running.
I see.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
I think very informative and very helpful.
Definitely. Thank
I
you.
did reach out to Rehoboth in reference to this, and apparently they do not allow any kind of amplified music at this time in any outdoor space at all. And whether it's a private patio or on the street. And apparently they are looking at this, but as of right now, what I was informed is that they've never gotten there. And so just an FYI, and for everybody here at the table, that this is something they've shied away from. And Glenn, you're there as their solicitor. You care to comment further?
That's right. That's just the policy that they've adopted. There has been over the years from time to time some interest in looking at it. There's a little bit elevated interest right now because they're going through a process of considering outdoor dining in public spaces. So that's sort of generated a new interest in the discussion about outdoor noise. But currently there's no permitted outdoor amplification of music or acoustical music for that matter.
Interesting.
We've got 3 hands up and we've got a comment in the chat. So I don't
Okay,
know,
let's
are
go
you-
with
are
the
you ready?
comment in the chat, and then we'll get to the.
Okay, so this is Jody. I guess, should we ask her to
Yeah, ask her
further
to identify
identify?
herself.
If Jody, could you put in the chat your full name and your address? And in the meantime, we can unmute Earl Webb.
Okay. Thank you, Jackie, for
not
taking
leaving,
time
is
to
she?
be here, and sorry we held you so long.
Is she leaving already? Okay.
Oh, I thought you were leaving.
Okay, so Jody Tabs at 234 Ship Carpenter Square asked, I would like to know if this amendment to the noise ordinance impacts both businesses and nonprofits that have approval from the ABC Office for Special Events. Special events are a totally different process, and we have an outdoor amplification permit that we issue. So I would think for like a one-day event where you do like a one-day permit, that that's not subject to the 30-day, right?
No. There's a number of different licensing opportunities that we have. One is called a gathering license.
Right.
Okay.
For
Can you come back
Come
up?
on up,
Yeah.
Jackie.
So we can record this?
Come on down.
Yeah.
Because, Jody won't be able to hear you.
I apologize. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So as I understand the question is, how does this apply to nonprofit organizations
Right.
that want to have an event? Is that
Right. So the
okay.
gathering license type.
Okay,
thing.
yes. So with respect to a gathering license, we have a process in the code where if somebody wants to do a gathering in partnership with a nonprofit organization, the nonprofit organization is part of, let's say it's an event, a 5K or what have you. 5K is often
Sure.
pretty common, right? And sometimes at the end of the 5K, they want to be able to have a beer stand and some bananas and some bagels and other things there. If a nonprofit is part of that gathering license, they are permitted to have alcohol donated. By the way, Councilman Saliba, that's beer, wine.
And what are the dates?
Does that include cider?
And need.
in need?
So with a gathering license, that's a completely different process. And that's, these, a one type event. We also have a process where a licensee can apply for what's called an extension of premise. It's a temporary extension of premise, okay? But the temporary extension of premise means they can only use that premise, that extension, in the same way that they use their license. So if their license says no music, no amplification, the extension means no music, no amplification. So I hope that's helpful.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Before you step back, may I ask a question? I want to make sure I understand this correctly. When you were describing the tax parcel and the notice of 1,000 feet from the tax parcel, that notice goes out to all people within all parties within 1,000 feet, correct? It doesn't matter if it's a residence or a commercial establishment, everyone within that 1,000-foot radius, and it would be a radius, I believe, normally, correct?
4,000 feet.
1,000 feet, right? That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
and it's the residence or property owner.
Or property owners.
So you don't have to reside in Lewes. It could be a second property, for example.
Sure.
But you're the property owner, so you would get notice.
Okay, and that notice that they're being given is that there's an application for a license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and is there does the licensee have to describe what their proposal is?
Oh, absolutely.
It's
And
all spelled out?
It is, and it's a pretty standard, we have some standard language that we share with, especially with new applicants who don't understand the process. So that it spells out very clearly what the time period is to raise a protest, how to do it, where to file it, if there are any questions, how to contact our office. We're public servants just as you are in our job. And so we try to make ourselves as available to citizens as best as we can. So that notice is pretty specific.
Okay.
Thank you, Jackie.
Jake, I'm sorry, I have one more question. Well, it's actually a two-part question, but it has to do with the ordinance that was provided to us kind of gives a time frame. I think it's till 10 o'clock or something. And it's not specific to whether it's all days of the week. So my question to you is, are we able to restrict both the hours down, say to the limit, the time to which we would allow amplified music and still have these people be compliant with what you need? Same question on the days of the week. Do we have to allow this for 7 days of the week, or could we say we're going to allow this on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
So the Lewes City Council can do, as you know, through your charter, you can do whatever, you can put whatever limitations you want on it. And we work within the limitations that you have set. I would note that I actually was just looking at one that we approved not that long ago, it was about 3 years ago, where we told this particular licensee they could have only 25 events a year. And we said in that instance that it had to be 6 p.m. most of those events, but 3 or 4 events of the year of those 25 total could be up until 9 p.m. What I've learned, and of course I've only been in my job for 6 months, but the prior commissioner who served for 20 years, and it's a process I expect to continue as well. You use that hearing to listen to what the citizens' concerns are, and then work within that to try to arrive at a solution that takes that into consideration.
Okay, sounds logical.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, all right.
Huh.
All right, there are more questions in the chat.
So we have Earl Webb has something, Carol Kless has something. Earl's unmuted if we want to start. with Earl.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, we got you.
It may not be any surprise. I am against this. I did get a letter, I believe it was from ABC regarding the wheelhouse. I read the letter. I believed in what they were saying, and I didn't contest it at all. But I still don't have any problems with the wheelhouse. I think whatever they did was very acceptable. The challenge I have is I almost threw the letter away. I talked to my neighbors. None of them looked at that envelope. They just threw it away as junk mail. And I'm not trying to get too strict on this per se, but there's something called the tyranny of the majority. And it's a political concept. And basically there are a few people that may end up paying a large price for this. So as you guys think through this process, and there was a band at, I think it was Bramble and Brine, probably in Mayor. I know I talked to you about it. I don't know how many months ago that was. Seems like 1,000 years ago. But the reality is we were having a dinner party out in our back porch.
Right.
And we couldn't stay out there. We had to bring people into the house. I think the price that you're asking people that live in the historical district, that live next to these commercial organizations, it's too high of a price for us to have to pay. That is my opinion. If you have sound ordinances that are more broad than Rehoboth has, given our, busy days and quiet nights aspect, this is not something that I would support under any circumstance.
Thank you, Earl.
And by the way, thank you for your time and consideration.
All right. Anybody else?
We have Carol Kless, and we also have Jody from Ship Carpenter Square. So
You did Jody.
right, but she also has her hand up.
Oh.
Again,
So Jody should be able to unmute. We might have already answered her questions.
Hi, can you hear me?
yes.
This is Jody at 234 Ship Carpenter Street. So my question is the ordinance, does it hold the same for nonprofits that hold multiple events, like weekly wedding receptions that are in the historic district of Lewes?
This applies only to restaurants. It specifically says restaurants.
That wouldn't prevent them from.
It wouldn't be under this ordinance.
Right.
They could have an event and they could get an outdoor amplification permit and a gathering license.
Right.
But that's separate from this.
That's separate.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jody.
I'm going to flip this one to Chief Tom. And the question I have is that when we have events as what Earl described, how do your officers have the tools to be available to them to actually help residents? Can you address complaints of noise?
Yeah, I mean, we occasionally have complaints, not that many, but there are occasionally calls that we service. We have pretty good responses from any establishments that may have the music or that are too loud. And we're generally able to quickly mediate that so it to both sides, it's more acceptable. I can't think of anybody in particular where we haven't been able to mediate that and get it to an acceptable level so people are satisfied.
And does that statement apply also to what I'll call private parties, where
Yes.
where it's not under the licensing?
Yes, I would say yes.
It does.
Yep.
Okay.
I think one of the things that's a problem is we have so much water and sound reverberates over water.
Yes,
It travels. Sure.
And I think in talking with Rehoboth, they mentioned that their enforcement has always been an issue for them. That the only way to really enforce it is to have a decibel meter. And that is, an issue, so.
It's got lots of other issues with that side too.
Sure,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, okay. All right.
So we do have good success.
I beg your pardon?
Getting people to comply.
Exactly, yeah. Rehoboth goes further in that they, if you have indoor live music, they don't even allow you to open your windows or doors.
Really?
Mhm. So, interesting. Okay, we had one other comment in the.
Yes, Carol Kless, if you could unmute her. Okay, Carol, you
can we
should be
hear
able
you?
to speak.
Yeah. Carol, can you hear us? We're unable to hear you.
I don't think I really wanted to say anything on this one.
Okay.
Maybe some of the other things, but I was just looking at the muted and whatever. So
Okay.
no, I'm fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Okay, any other comments from the room? Anybody care to comment from the room? Okay. Okay, comments from the, are there any other comments from the table? I would just make one comment about the hour of 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I was gonna make a motion, if you're ready to.
Sure, go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve this ordinance with the slight change to bring the end time down to 9. And see how it goes. Because I think what Ms. Mehta described seemed fairly stringent. I appreciate the comment about the quiet, busy days, quiet nights, but what time does night begin? I mean, 9 o'clock seems to me reasonable. And not every restaurant will probably go to apply for this, frankly. It's a high bar.
No play on words, huh? Hey, Andrew, a question for you. Earlier, you raised a question about let me put it this way. Are you suggesting 7 days a week? Are you?
The only reason I'm hesitant to suggest certain days is I don't know enough about what works for these guys to.
Right, and I don't either. Yeah.
Well, first of all, we have with motion, we need a second.
Right.
Before we take any action.
I'll second the motion to get the discussion going.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Khalil, do you have anything you want to add?
Well, I wasn't expecting actually us to have a vote on an ordinance. I mean, can you explain the process in terms of like a public hearing, for example?
So this doesn't require a public hearing. You could certainly allow a time for public comment, but there's no requirement for a public hearing.
I mean, look, we're talking about, a vast amount of people within 1,000 feet of a tax parcel in this downtown area. This is a lot of people here that are impacted. And I almost feel like this is being rushed through. I mean, we really haven't had a lot of internal, I haven't talked that much about this with my colleagues, other than I'm open to the idea of having amplified music, but I certainly would like to hear more from others about it. And I agree, 10 o'clock was way too late, and 9 o'clock is much more reasonable. But by approving this ordinance, Emery, can you explain a little bit what the next step would be?
If we approve the ordinance, then
Restaurants would be able to apply to the Office of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Commissioner. And then it would initiate that process.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so, to your
I
point.
think we need a public hearing.
The reason I think having multiple public hearings though is, if they're gonna have a public hearing to potentially to get the license, then.
Right. No, what I'm suggesting is I wasn't prepared to vote on this tonight. I didn't realize we were gonna move towards this. I mean, I've had conversations with my colleagues on this from time and time again, but and I'm not suggesting we have a public hearing on this. I was just.
Well, then defer it.
I was just caught a little bit off guard that we would be actually voting on this tonight. And we
defer
heard
it.
from Earl Webb
Defer it
and we
if it
heard from
makes you
some others,
uncomfortable.
but I would certainly like, to gather more citizen input.
Okay. I think that you raise a valid point that is worth consideration. And what would we propose? Is a 30-day period? Could we?
Well,
20 days?
if you want to put it,
Put it on the
if you
April
want to put
agenda?
it on the April agenda, you would need to have a cutoff for comments before that. So
So why don't we look at it at maybe, let's look at the calendar real quick.
Yeah, I just don't want I don't want people, people thinking that we're sliding this through.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's, we're gonna ask what you want to, I think.
We got a caller, we can ask for the motion maker to withdraw the motion.
Yeah, do you want to withdraw the motion?
It doesn't seem like I have the votes, so sure.
Okay. All right.
And can we have a comment period? Like, we don't have to have a public hearing, but a comment period.
So we could do, if we have a comment period that's open until April 1st, that gives you a week to review the comments before.
Gives you 10 days.
Before the
Right,
next.
Before the next council meeting.
That gives you,
I'm more comfortable with
that's
that.
2 weeks of, are you willing to accept that?
Sure, but right now, what would be under comment is what is in front of us. So
Right.
12 to 10.
Or we,
12 to 10. Now that's, we didn't vote on the 9. So the comments we
Yeah.
receive are on this.
Right.
right,
Right.
Okay.
okay.
Right. So it's open to the first, is that what you said again?
April 1st, we could do April 1st at 4.
Okay, and so that is essentially 2 weeks from today.
Okay. Comment period. And then with the idea is that this will be on the agenda for our April meeting, correct?
Yep,
For
April 11th.
Yes.
And what we're asking the public to do is to
Comment.
comment, call us, send, write letters, whatever.
Well, you know what, we can put a comment form on the website so that all the
I think
comments
it's
go
better to do it in one
to
format.
one location. So
Mhm.
I will put that out on the
That would be
website.
on our city website, correct?
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. Okay, so you're going to withdraw your motion and we're going to,
Well, I guess we need another motion, right? Or
you can just withdraw it.
Yeah, I don't think you need a motion. You've kind of got consensus what's going to happen
Right.
over the next.
Okay, so we will consider this back in April. We will consider this again in April. Thank you. I think good discussion. Jackie, thank you for being here.
thank you, Jackie.
Your information was very valuable and helped people understand. Thank you. Now you can go have a beverage on your own. Yeah.
So just so, for anybody who's keeping time,
2:00.
we've got about 10 items left.
There's no
Yeah,
way.
And
No.
I think we need to defer some of
under
these.
10, so we're gonna,
No.
yes, we will have to defer some things. So should we talk about which items?
Yeah, I think we need to talk.
Everything that's left.
I mean,
I think there are something, we have to do 9.
What's a have to
We have
do?
to do the 9, we have to do the voter registration.
okay, we've got,
Okay.
right, we've got to do I-9.
Do we need to do the subcommittee, annexation subcommittee tonight?
You know what?
We have to,
That's
we have,
on next month's agenda.
but we also have to do the Donovan Smith thing.
We do, right, so we have to do I-9,
Okay.
I-4.
I-10.
Let's just finish off, we could finish off 8H probably pretty quick. I just have a couple
Okay.
comments on that.
Which one is that?
That's a
H,
kayak.
H8.
The-
So,
Oh, right.
but, okay, so let's just talk about which ones we're gonna get through.
All
So
right.
We're gonna get
do
through-
We'll start with 8, right?
H9 can wait. I-1's done. I-2 can wait.
I3 and I4, we need to do.
Right.
Um,
I-5 can wait.
Right.
I think I-5 could be pretty quick.
You want to do that? Okay.
I do. I think it could be pretty quick.
I6, can we wait?
I-6 needs to wait because that's
Yeah.
gonna take some
Okay.
discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I-9 and I-10 cannot wait.
No, we have to do I-9 and 10.
Okay.
Oh, and
Yeah.
I-11.
And I-11. Yeah, we need to set a public hearing.
All
Yeah.
right. So
Okay, so, all right, so let's go ahead to item
I mean, unless
H.
you unless you recess to another day this
No, no,
week.
no. Well, no, I'm gone until Friday. Okay, so let's go to H8,
I think we can power through
which
this.
is
It's a kayak, right?
I think we can power through.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
item H8 is a recommendation from the Parks and Rec Commission regarding kayak and storage racks at various locations within the city. Janet, do you want to talk to us about that? Congratulations again,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
and thank you.
As a recipient of the Elaine Bisbee Award, you have to attend every council meeting to the end.
I'm gonna give the paper back and tell you where to put it.
Speechless.
I'm
All right.
going to refrain. So yes, on the February 28th meeting of the Parks and Rec Commission, they reviewed the request by mayor and council to consider a study of placing kayak racks in various locations, beaches, and or parks. So they considered and had a great deal of discussion on many factors, including fee structure, the cost of the racks and storage of racks, temporary versus permanent racks, the locations of Savannah Beach, Johnny Walker Beach, Roosevelt Inlet, some lesser discussion of placing racks at the crossovers on the public beach. They talked about the current code, which prohibits launching of kayaks and stand-up paddles on the guarded beach from Memorial Day to Labor Day. And the beach rules prohibiting overnight storage of personal items on the guarded beaches. They discussed the level of activity currently taking place at Roosevelt Inlet, which includes the current concession from Quest, where they do rent kayaks and stand-up paddle boards there. And the fact that that area is not a guarded beach.
Right.
So you'd have launchings in an area where there's no guards and there's no delineation of the swimming area. They talked about the management of the program, that this is something that city staff would have to take on to manage. We talked briefly about how we would kind of do this. It would be an application process. There was a suggestion to do it similar to the lottery for similar to the Canal Front Park Marina, because we do have limited locations and storage for kayak racks if we were to move forward. They talked about liability, and we've studied other areas where they provide this service, this amenity, and the municipalities have taken, they don't assume any liability of damage or theft of personal items. But there was some discussion about if these racks are out and they're permanent, the liability if somebody walks into a rack because they're not in a lit area. We talked about the location at Canal Front Park and the possibility of a freestanding rack versus a rack that would attach to a floating dock, and how many racks we could get at any given time at any of these locations. And finally, talking about, let's just start small and do a pilot project and see where we go from there. We don't know what the interest is from residents in the city and the desire, for storage racks for kayaks. And we talked about the season. What would the season be? We studied, I looked at municipalities from Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, and New Jersey. They have different seasons, they have different rates. So I think the concern was that with the limited space, if we take off the guarded beaches and Roosevelt Inlet, that really only leaves Canal Front Park. And that really limits the program in and of itself. And then we're kind of excluding a lot of people that may want this service. And then looking at, if you do a pilot program and people like it, then they expect it and they expect it to expand. And we really don't have feasible locations to expand it. So at this late hour, in a very quick nutshell.
We've deferred.
Yeah.
I'll just
So
make a
they
couple
felt it
comments.
wasn't
Yeah,
viable
so
to move
I watched
forward.
all that, and I think that Lewes, unfortunately, our parks and rec is more parks and not enough rec. But there's the recreation component that we afford our citizens, it's not enough. Frankly, I think that not everyone lives on the beach, so the argument that the beach says the recreation, this is exactly what this is, intended to sort of solve.
Yeah.
The people who aren't, apparently weren't identified, and I agree with, this is the part I agree with, but there's Merrill, he lives on Bisbee or Manila. Mark lives on McPhee Street and on Harbor View. There's several other emails I got. My issue isn't with the Parks and Rec because the problem is people want us to bring these initiatives forward for them. And then when it comes time, when you're at these committee meetings to show you that there's something you're interested in, you need to show up and tell the town that you're interested in these initiatives.
Right.
We can only carry so much water for the townsfolk. You have to sort of
You have to
stick up
advocate
for
for
yourselves.
Sure, absolutely.
So I'll say those two things, that Lewes is, you know, starting as, again, it's become a place that look, don't touch, be seen and not be heard. That's disappointing. But what's also disappointing is when there's initiative, the citizens who are interested in that need to advocate for themselves, that we've seen in things such as the Menhaden Reel, such as how the beach parking, the beach community rallies around these parking issues. It makes a difference. And so that's where I'll leave it. And I'll respect what our commission has said, which is it's not ready for this time, but I'll revisit if the citizens want it. We'll revisit in the future. But you need to advocate for yourselves.
Okay. Fair.
Well said.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Have a good
Okay, thank you, you too. So moving then on to item, do I-4 first instead of public hearing. Presentation of possible action on a request
It
for
was
annexation
I3.
for Donovan Smith Manufactured Home Park.
You have to do I3 first, don't you?
I don't think you
I
have
think
to.
you want it doesn't matter.
I think
Oh, I
you
don't
do
have to?
I-4 first.
Good, okay.
So I think we recognize that we need to set a public hearing on the possible annexation of Donovan Smith Manufactured Home Park.
Wait a minute on that.
And I'm going to recuse on this matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in the study of this, one of the things that's come up is that this is a conditional use property.
Right, so.
So the conditional use also has a procedure that we are supposed to follow.
Yes.
That goes through the planning commission. How are we going to handle that?
We can't handle the conditional use until.
The annexation is complete. It could, some of the details could be addressed. The larger details of how that would come into play could be addressed through an annexation agreement. For instance, the main thing for the conditional use is as they start to make changes in the park. So as units are replaced or added to vacant lots, the conditional use process would have to happen before that could happen.
So are you saying that you'd have one, each lot as it changes, that there would be a,
No,
is that what you're saying?
No. Before they would make any of the changes to the park. So it would,
Okay.
if it's annexed, but before they could make any changes, bring any new things in, they would need to go through that process and comply with those requirements.
Right. So all we're doing right now is setting a public hearing on the possible annexation of Donovan Smith Manufactured Home Park.
Well, and the possible annexation and rezoning. So the annexation
Right.
committee in 2018 recommended an R2 zoning.
Mhm.
So we would put the hearing out as annexation and rezoning to R2,
And we're looking at doing this on April
April 4th
at 6.
at 6, unless somebody commented last week about,
6:30.
should we start,
Stephanie
could we
did.
start later? So I don't know, it's, we've been doing it at 6. Thanks.
Why don't we do it at 6:30? Okay.
Okay.
You know, one of the things that I'll speak to is that the current council is being held to a conclusion that a former council arrived at. And it is 4 years old, 5 years old. And that's troubling to me. You know,
So you're not arriving to a conclusion until you get to the point of acting on the annexation and zoning request.
So is that to
What-
say that we can ask for additional studies to be done on the study that was?
What I what I would suggest is if there are things in the annexation report that you would like to see updated, staff can work to bring those updates to you.
Either. Certainly before any vote would be taken.
But that report that's been provided to us was a result of committee work, correct? Not just staff work.
It was committee work and so there was staff taking time. There was staff.
I
time.
understand staff attended the meetings, but they weren't the only.
Right, but
It was not just staff work.
So Julian, I'm going to ask you to put Max Walton onto the panel, just so that if there's any questions, the code, neither the state code nor the city charter or city code specifies a time limit for the annexation. So this was something that got to a certain point, and then the details of the funding and the sewer and water all delayed it for a few years till that got worked out. So this is really picking back up that process. Again, it doesn't commit you to a vote. And if there's updated information you want, we can certainly provide that. But I mean, it would be possible that you could start an annexation request in the winter months, and by the time the council is to act, you could have new council people. So I don't think.
Sure, of course. But I get where I'm going with it is that the letter that we have in front of us is dated the 24th of February, 2022. Correct.
Right.
And
requesting that we start the process back up.
right. And it seems to me that there would be a general practice that it's certainly logical that there be a sunset clause or practice, if you will, among legislative bodies, that if it's not taken up in X number of days, weeks, or months, that it's considered a dead piece of, it's not.
It does happen.
actionable.
I don't know about the municipal. I know like in Congress, you introduce a bill and if it hasn't been acted on, it has to be reintroduced
Correct.
in the next Congress.
Correct.
But there is no sunsetting on this particular, on the annexation thing at the city level. And there is no sunsetting at the state level. Is that right, Anne Marie?
There's nothing written into the code. I'm trying to bring.
Where's our
Max.
council?
Yeah, where's Max?
Max is.
He's here.
Okay.
One,
Well,
so,
questions?
oh, hold on. Is he here? Hold on. He should be able to
I don't
unmute.
see him on the list.
He is.
He's all the way down.
I'm very sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Max. Go ahead.
Super, super. Yeah, and I'm nowhere near a computer at the moment, but ultimately, under your code, under this particular section in your charter, there's no expiration agreement or no expiration time that says when the 2018 approval expires or what has you. So ultimately, there is some precedent in a case that I had a long time ago. Salem Church was the case, and I won't bore you with all of the details, but there can be a long delay in between those. Ultimately, you can set it for a public hearing. You are not obligated to annex anything. You could vote tonight to say you want them to start anew, but you kind of have to do something. So in other words, you could make that motion that they start the process anew. You could set it for a public hearing and nothing obligates you to vote for it.
And Max, can you comment on my question around well, what are we calling this? Is a conditional use?
Yeah, so you can't have a conditional use application until such time it's within your jurisdiction. So you have to bring it into your jurisdiction, annexation. You have to set the zoning, as I understand it. The zoning would have the conditional use, so you have to apply the zoning to it. And then the conditional use would go after that. So anything that they wanted to do, I concur with Anne Marie, would then be, going forward, whatever they have. You would sort of take it as it is, and any changes would have to be made. But you can't require conditional use if it's not in your jurisdiction and we don't have the zoning established.
Before was that the reason we can annex them in is because we're accepting them as a conditional use. Otherwise, they're non-conforming
So,
property.
right, so you
Correct.
can accept them in as a non-conforming property. The reason that we developed the conditional use provision back in 2018 was because if you just simply brought them in as a non-conforming property, they wouldn't be able to replace any of the units or add any units to the vacant lots.
This gives them the flexibility to add something perhaps if they can get through the conditional use.
Okay.
And Max, can you describe if we were to vote to start the process from the beginning, that would be a matter of acknowledging, would that be a matter of acknowledging a letter dated February 24th of this year as a request from the property owner that he has interest in being annexed?
I'm sorry, Tim, I just don't have it in front of me due to the circumstances of my night. But I would say that if they have to start the process new, what you'd be saying is, it's too long since the 2018. We need to go through the appointment process again, as stated in the charter, and go through and get the recommendations as required within the charter.
So in that case, that February letter would suffice to initiate that
Trigger
process.
that.
I believe it would. I believe it would. Yes, Amber.
Okay. One thing that I'll mention, and this might be just a throwaway comment, but Anne Marie and Janelle can speak to this. It seems to me that when I seem to remember that when we approve plans, that a developer is given a finite period of time to get a shovel in the ground, and that if that shovel is not put in the ground and the earth is not turned, that in fact it invalidates the approval.
In those cases, that time frame is specified.
Correct. And what is that? What is?
It depends on the application.
Some of them have a year, some of them have the ability for up to 2 years. It all depends on.
Right.
On the application.
Correct.
In this instance, there is not.
I understand that, but what I'm just saying is there is a precedent that in our practices here, in our code here, that there is a timeline established, and that if something doesn't take place, then it in fact invalidates the approval that's been given here, right?
For certain applications.
I understand.
yes.
It is for certain applications, correct. I just wanted to make sure everyone here was aware of that.
We're aware of it, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so
there is a precedent.
So we talked about the idea of possibly setting a public hearing. We could still make a decision after that we want to start the process over. We could also hear from the public and see what they have to say. Might be worthwhile getting some input there. What is your pleasure, council?
Do we agree on April 4th as a,
At 6:30. So you need a motion.
I need a motion to set a public hearing for April 4th at 6:30 to consider the possible annexation of.
And rezoning.
And rezoning.
Right,
had April 4th?
annexation, rezoning of April 4th.
I'll make a motion to set a public hearing for April 4th to consider the Donovan Smith annexation as well as rezoning.
Okay. Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll vote no.
Andrew?
I vote yes for a public hearing.
Okay.
You voted yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So is that 4-1?
Yeah. Okay, now do we need to go back and consider I3? Or is there really anything to consider?
Yeah, there is certainly is. I3 is very
Okay,
important.
so Discussion and possible action on Lewes Board of Public Works request by the mayor and city council to confirm prior consent to the extension of utility service to Donovan Smith community consistent with the draft memorandum of understanding between the Donovan Smith Manufactured Home Park LLC and the Board of Public Works of the city of Lewes, the state of Delaware Department of Natural Resources, and the Department of Health and Social Services Division of Public Health. So what we need to do here is confirm the prior consent that was given for the extension of utility services.
I'll make a motion.
Yes,
please.
Yes, sir.
Make a motion that we approve the MOU.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Is that a 5-0?
Looks like.
I believe so.
Okay, I'm keeping score.
Okay, so then we've deferred action on, I believe, 5.
No, I think we were going to do that.
You want to do 5? You know, it's getting to be 10:30. Do we?
I mean, the thing about that one is we've already deferred them twice on this resolution.
We didn't defer them. We didn't get
We
it
didn't
on.
put it on the
we didn't-
agenda previously when we should have.
It wasn't on last month, but you did previously act on the same request, just not in a resolution format.
Right.
Okay. So do you want to try and do it?
Well, let them do it.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Okay,
simple
fine.
thing.
It's a resolution.
Do it.
What I suggest here, I think the group has basically doubled down the fact that Cedar needs to be reevaluated. So the motion I will make is that the city of Lewes needs to work with DelDOT to evaluate a potential master plan for the city of Lewes bike routes.
Okay.
Not just Cedar, but a
The whole
full
city.
master plan of the city.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
And that's my motion.
Okay, so do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Well, did you accept a friendly amendment?
Sure.
And my friendly amendment is, would you consider including the greenways?
Byways?
No, greenways. In the consultation.
Delaware Greenways.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant.
Right, okay.
Yeah, Delaware Greenways.
I would accept that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and with a friendly amendment, and we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Just noting that that was on this agenda twice.
What's?
So Page 3. The top of Page 3.
Okay, I must have a more current one. So I don't have one. So it,
Okay, so moving then on to item I9, is presentation of possible action on Board of Election, voting, opening City Hall on April the 23rd, 2022 at 9 a.m. through noon for voter registration.
I'll make a motion that City Hall be open on Saturday, April 23rd, starting at 9 o'clock, concluding at 12 noon for voter registration.
Okay. Is there
I'll
a
second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Moving then on to item I10 is discussion of possible action to approve a lease and extension of 10 Connecticut Avenue. This is a traditional extension of a lease, correct, Glenn?
That's right.
By right lease extension. Okay, and I don't believe there are any encroachments into the right of way. Is that correct, Anne Marie or Janelle?
Not that I'm aware of.
Wow.
Kayla.
It's a big driveway.
There is a
There's
big
a big
driveway.
driveway. I know that.
Prior to us taking a more closer look at the driveway requirement.
Right, even though it was on the book.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so
Yeah, so you want a motion?
I need a motion.
I will move that the lease extension for number 10 Connecticut Avenue be renewed. The extension be renewed.
Approved.
Approved. I'm sorry, approved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Do I need to give the tax parcel?
No,
number?
no,
Okay,
we're okay.
Okay.
If it was 7 PM, probably, but
Thank you, Glenn.
right.
Well, no, I just think we need.
Glenn's very flexible.
Sure, I just. I wasn't-
Okay, then the item I-11 is
Vote
presentation.
on that? Yes, I mean, we got a motion and second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's getting very late. Okay, the item I-11 is presentation of the certification of the city assessor that all owners of property placed on the 2021 fourth quarter supplemental assessment list have been notified and if necessary to schedule a date and time for a hearing. And we've got 2 requests for public hearings. One from the Rabatskis at 109 Madison Avenue and one from the Ryans at 111 Madison Avenue.
Right.
So we need to schedule a public hearing so we can hear from them. This could be during the day, I would assume. It doesn't have to be at night.
Do you have a date to suggest at this point in time?
Did you get it? Because the assessor needs to attend, right?
We need to get something from Bill.
So do we have a date?
And we can't do the same as the other. When are we doing Donovan Smith?
Donovan Smith
Fourth, you
is
can't do this
April
at the same
4th.
time.
We could
It's
do
just gonna
it,
have Too much public.
we could do it prior to that.
I don't think you really want to do these together.
Well, no, I was thinking
The afternoon
Donovan
of-
Smith starts at 6:30. You could do something at like 3:30 and.
How long do you think it will take?
I don't think long. And we could try to work to resolve it prior to.
Oh,
You can resolve, I think you want to work to resolve.
did you
it
hear that,
before.
guys?
We
Okay.
always do, but we need
All
to
right,
set
so
it.
why don't we, if you want to do it on the 4th, that's a Monday. You want to do it at 3 o'clock or 3:30?
Let me just check real quickly.
We just, already did that. Yeah.
What about your schedule, Khalil? I know you. and
Yeah,
Andrew, you
no,
guys have the most,
That'll work for me. You said 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock on the 4th.
That'll help me avoid carpool, so.
Yeah.
I hear it all.
You're in laws, no chair. You don't have to.
All right, so we have, we need a motion to have, let's schedule a public hearing on April 4th at 3 PM for these two hearings on the fourth quarter assessment,
Okay,
unless it's otherwise resolved. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we have a hearing on April 4th at 3 PM for the fourth quarter supplemental assessment list.
Okay, is there a second?
That is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. The motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Hopefully we can resolve this before. I know
Yeah.
you've been very good at doing that in the past.
Before we adjourn, I think John Pardee would like to introduce himself
Oh, okay.
real quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council and staff. For the record, John Pardee with the law firm Behrman Dallas Brockstedt, and I'm the older brother of Jackie Mehta. And I taught her everything that she knows. So I hope, my prayer is that you'll afford me some courtesy when I come before you on April
No,
4th.
no.
I figured that might be a prayer, but I do want to also give a quick tip of the hat to Anne Marie and Janelle, who I worked with at the city of Dover many years, and you have excellent staff. Thank you very much. We'll look forward to making a presentation on April 4th.
Great. Thank you very much. All right, for the stalwarts in the room, thank you all for sitting with us all night. And
This guy's got a long commute too.
he's got a big commute. He's got to walk all the way across the street. But Chip, we appreciate your being here. I think that chair you must be glued to that chair right now, but you've been sitting there since like 6:10.
So those items that
They'll be up here.
will be April 11th. Is that?
Unless we want to put any of it, we should take a look at them.
We could add some to.
I think that the disclosure thing could go when they do the resiliency fund and do it all as a package.
I would think that was a good idea.
But we do have a meeting next.
We have a next meeting next Monday, and I think we could possibly add, we'll look at those items.
Well,
Yeah. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yeah.
Do we have a second to the motion to adjourn?
I'll second.
Second.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
This rowdy crowd is
I haven't
adjourned.
seen them.
Let me make sure I put this in because I don't think I had that. Yeah.
Because we couldn't do it, so we had